I forgot to turn my transitions back on. So now they're back. So let's start that over. Hello! I turned on the wrong desktop audio. Hello! People of the YouTube Twitch intro, I am back! With Umineko! I'm your host, Sean Tyler. My view counter actually isn't broken. It actually says 0. So, again, who did I yell at? It's just insanity. Unless it is broken right now and somebody is watching. I turned up my mic. I don't know how loud it is. People will tell me if I need to quiet it down eventually. I also turned up the game audio just a tad. I like kind of even numbers. Here, let me see if I can... adjust that back to where... There you go. More even. Ah, hello. Thick Mr. Sind. Hello. I'm just... To be honest, I'm not even doing anything yet. I'm just adjusting potential audio. We'll just do 43 on that. If it's too loud, oh well. But I turned myself up because somebody wanted me to turn audio up. Granted, that was just a VOD. So, oh well, I'm gonna turn it up anyway. Well, continue to get jump scared. Continue. Continuously. I want continuous jump scares. So, off the rip, let's just refresh the memory of saggy skin Sakutaro. One day I'll be unemployed and finally be able to make it to these streams. I think one day all of us will be unemployed. Whether or not that's through retirement or whether or not we decided to end the fucking world, we're all gonna be unemployed. Granted, I've said this many times. If things turn out the way I want them to turn out, the streams won't be this late at night. They'll be longer and, like, different. There'll be different games being played, or they'll just be longer. Me streaming from 8 p.m. to, like, 3 on a Sunday night is not a good stream time, to be honest. But anyway, Sakutaro with clothes that don't fit him. Ange and them going back to the island, and for some reason, Ange knows magic. I think I got the basis of that down pretty well. This should be the right one. I think you should do whatever makes you comfortable. I hope I enjoy it too. Umineko's kind of getting a little wild. Yeah. Go have a nice night. What would make me comfortable is not streaming at this time, but this is the time that I choose to stream because it's a day off for me from work, and my other day off is used to, like, binge watch shows. So it's kind of like, screw it, let's just do it this time. Oh well. This is usually when I watch pay-per-views anyway, if they're on a Sunday, because they start at 8. So it's like, I'm used to just stopping everything that I'm doing at 8 and just doing stuff from then. So see it, have a good night. Okay, what chapter am I on? 11, okay. Like, I barely remember anything, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest. But I did remember to grab my notebook. So that didn't change. Alright. It was already approaching 10 at night. Well, actually, it's gonna approach 8:30. That's good humor right there. How's mic audio? Loud? Too loud? Quiet it down a bit? Game audio? I adjusted both. And by game audio, I mean visual novel audio, because I haven't really done anything except read and lose my sanity. By now, the typhoon had wrapped itself around Rakanjima. Even the rose garden that had looked so beautiful midday was beaten down upon the fierce winds and resisted with all its might, undulating and trying to keep the flowers from blowing away. And that rose garden was Shannon in the lead, Badler holding up an umbrella, Jessica and George carrying the sleeping Maria on his back, all heading for the guest house. Oh yeah, nobody died yet. The only people who died were the stakes when Ange was ruling the world. I honestly don't know how I did that voice. I will not be able to recreate it my entire life. I hate the fact that this music gets me copyrighted on YouTube if I upload the VODs, because for some reason I have no idea how Fishy Aroma isn't copyrighted, but everything else is. It's just weird. Jessica, that's what this whole game with me has been about. It's been about that gold, that money. I will say this, I'm probably going to make a counter, because I realized this while editing all the best of together, that I need to make a counter for how many times I've said bitch during this whole game. Because I'm sitting there and I'm going, my god, I said that word a lot. But that is just a suggestion, not something that I might do, to be honest. That's a lot of work. Yeah, but me and Badler don't care about the things that can be bought without money. Me and Badler care about the money. Yeah, George. You dipping your stick? George and Shannon looked down, their faces red. Badler had also heard about what was going on with them, so he knew that what Jessica was teasing them about. Yeah, Jessica, you got a dude yet? As they had an animated discussion with ups and downs, the four kids headed for the guest house. And who was peeking around the corner of the guest house but that woman, that monster. Whoever wants to be a monster this one. I know exactly who was peeking around the corner. It was Sakutaro. The annual family conference was extremely important to the Ushiromiya family. And this year seemed like it was going to be especially important. That sentence kind of messed my brain up. I haven't read in a while, to be honest, of anything, so I'm struggling. Apparently, the family head Kinzo was personally going to be making a very serious amount. Yeah, this is a struggle. Alright. And everyone other... I literally can't read. And everyone other than the adults had been strictly ordered to leave. Badler hadn't attended the family conference in 6 years, so he didn't really notice. But according to Jessica, there seemed to be a very tense atmosphere tonight, completely different from a normal year. Common sense made it clear that Kinzo, whose remaining life was short, was going to make some big announcement about the succession of the headship and the distribution of his fortune. Which throws everything out of whack. Yeah, like... That's what you sound like to me. The Joker? Jack Nicholson? Badler, I'm gonna be honest, no theory is actually good anymore. All of them have just been literally blown up. Just by this one person standing here. That's only one theory got, and I still got Austin standing behind me, so I'm set. A-Town down, baby. Yeah, who are... So, actually, my question is this. Who are you killing first? Can you just tell us in, like, advance? So I'm mentally prepared for the mental anguish I will suffer. That is the only other way to think about it. Unless you think that a robot... He could be a robot. Robotic Kinzo running the robotic animal sanctuary. Because I still don't believe the fucking Red Truths. All of the relatives and Nanjo could be seen in the dining hall. Nanjo sat alone, quietly watching the wind and rain outside. Cross sat down in the seat of his own rank, with Natsuki standing motionlessly at his side. The other siblings were gathered at the opposite end of the long table, whispering to each other. Wait, what's true? Ah, Beatrice, yes. Wait, huh? Now hold up. I didn't plan for this to happen already. We're 19 minutes in. You're gonna throw out a completely different scenario from what I've been dealing with. Where, oh, it's not Beatrice who gave her the umbrella, it's really the grandfather. And I didn't think I'd have to bust this out so soon. But if you saw the last stream, this really makes me bewildered. Like, actually. I didn't expect them to just completely, 19 minutes into this, just completely have everything turn a 180, and I had to bust that image out. So if Kinzo doesn't come down... Wait. If this is like any of the other games, Maria confirms the existence of a person, but nobody ever sees them. So that means Kinzo's the one killing everybody. If it's anything remotely like any other of the... any times of, like, the other episodes, it would have to be Kinzo at that point. Just from deduction of how every other episode turned out, of Beatrice handing the letter, Beatrice is technically the one killing everybody. So if we look at it from that perspective, Kinzo hands the umbrella, Kinzo's the one killing everybody. So the only way that this is not proven is if all of the people here see him, and he dies with these people. That is the only way. And if more people die after Kinzo dies. I'm adding that caveat. If not, Kinzo's the one killing everybody this time. Fair deduction. Simple. I think that's fair. So Beatrice, go ahead and just completely shoot my brains out and tell me why that's wrong. I think that ball's in your court now, motherfucker. Like... Oh, I'm not in the... Hey, and I was still clicked into stream elements.
それを試したかったのかもね。血のつながってない私が言うのもなんだけど、あなたたちのお父様、かなり頭はいいわよ。日中のやりとりは多分、使用人の誰かに聞かれて、お父様
Well, actually reported by your own brother.
お父様の遺産が目当てで騒いでることは、
If I remember right.
バレバレってことじゃない。ああ、なんてことよ。
Ava, uncharacteristically held her head dejected. I literally... Okay. That's how today is gonna be. If, as Kyrie had said, everything had been going according to Kinzo's plans from the beginning, and if this was a huge setup that had been kept up for over a year, trying to find the siblings' true intentions, then they had fallen for it completely. Fair assumption, fair assumption. Also a fair assumption.
兄さん以外の全員がお父様は死んでいると言い切り、お父様の健在を信じなかった。ああ、もう終わりだわ。お父様は宣言するのよ。兄さんこそが跡継ぎで、私たちには片翼を身にまとう資格もないと宣告するのよ。
He's gonna come down and say, "None of you are qualified for my gold. I shall hold it for all eternity." Until I get to see Beatrice naked. And he's just nosebleed. And everyone else is just staring at him like he just killed a cat. A cat? I tried to say cat and kid at the same time.
アちゃんは素直な子だろ。例えばだが、源氏さんあたりがこの傘はおじい様からマリア様に渡すように言われましたみたいなことを言ったら、マリアちゃんは親父に会ったわけでなくてもおじい様に傘をもらったって言うかもしれねえぜ。
A lot of fair assumptions. Nobody's acting real
その手が
dumb.
考えられるわ。
Except for me. But that's a given. I'm a streamer. I have to act dumb.
ええ、そう言ったわ。おじい様から直接受け取ったとはっきり言ったわ。
直接か。お手上げだな。
下手な考え、休むに似たりとはよく言ったものだわ。ちょっと考えてみたら、傘がどうこうなんてどうでもいい問題だわ。
どうしてよ。マリアちゃんが兄さんに買収されて、あたかもお父様が健在であるかのように嘘を頼まれた
It's
かも
when
しれない。
Rosa gets really pissed
傘が確かに
and says, "My Maria wouldn't handle a bribe."
どこにもありはしない。
マリアちゃんが誰から傘をもらっていようとも、あるいは傘なんかそもそももらっていなかったとしても、お父様はもうじき現れる。現れたお父様の前に傘の問題なんて全くどうでもいいこと。つまり傘の問題が取り沙汰されるのはそうでない場合ということよ。
Fair. Again, very smart coordinating right now.
そうか。わかったで。キリエさんが言いたいのはこういうことやろ。お父さんもうすぐ出会ってくることになっとるが、また難癖をつけて結局現れん可能性がまだ残ってるっちゅうことやろ。
Correct. And at that point, that's when you worry about the umbrella issue.
そうよね。
But if he appears, umbrella issue will not
兄
matter.
さんが苦し紛れの時間稼ぎでお父様が現れると出任せを言ったのかもしれない。やっぱりお父様はすでに亡くなっていて、兄さんは今なおまだ健在であると嘘をつき続けている。
つまりお父様が現れれば全ての策は通用しない。考える必要もない。私たちは訴状の運を天に任せてお父様との直接交渉。
So I'm immediately not suspecting a new person that is a part of the 18, but is not their father.
でも逆に
I'm expecting Kinzo himself. That's what I think I've deduced.
なるほど。つまりどっちに転ぼうとも今さらあたふたする必要は何もないってことね。
そういうこと。お父様が現れれば本来の親族会議が行われるだけの話。現れなければ私たちは引き続きクラウス兄さんを追及すればいいだけの話なのよ。
お父さんの機嫌が急に悪くなってみたいなクラウスさんの言い逃れを決して許さんようにせんとな。
どうやら私たちが本当に検討すべきは、兄さんがどんな策を弄してこの場をごまかそうとしてくるかよ。往生際の悪さは私が一番よく知っているわ。お父様がお元気なら私たちは土下座してお金を無心し、クラウス兄さんの茶番だったなら私たちは醜い兄弟喧嘩を再開し、今年も素敵な親族会議になりそうね。
だな。下手な考え、休むに似たりってわけか。もうじき22時だな。兄貴に催促してみるか。
Rudolph and the rest looked at Kraus. He was sitting down firmly and looked like he was awaiting Kinzo's arrival with an air of composure. They couldn't tell if he really was composed or if he was scheming about how to tie together his lie.
あなた。
落ち着きなさい。もう今さらジタバタしても始まらん。源氏さんに任せよう。
もうじき。
Oh, so he's not even gonna come down. That was the time that had been set for tonight's family conference to open. And it was the time that the Ushomiya family head needed to appear. So he's not even agreed to it yet. Right then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the hall. There were multiple sets. Natsu raised her head, relieved. but because of the sound of a knock, her expression was filled with disappointment. Because Kinzo probably wouldn't have knocked.
失礼いたします。
Oh, you fucking...
戸締まりの見回りが終わりました。
Then get your ass out of here. It was Goda and Kumasawa. Like the powerful Goda, it was rare for Kumasawa with her old body to be forced to work this late. Well, Kumasawa and Goda need to get the hell out of here, so when Kinzo shows up, we can get down to brass tacks, we can get down to business. You two ain't a part of the family. Get your ass out this family house. Of course, Krause also seemed to know that.
ご苦労だった。こんな時間まで申し訳ないね、熊沢さん。
いいえ、こう見えてもまだまだ夜更かしは得意でございますので。
熊沢についてだけは立ち会いを外させても良いのでは。さすがに体に応えるでしょう。
使用人も全員揃えろとの命令だ。逆らえん。
Tonight's family conference was clearly different from normal. On a normal year, no one was allowed to attend except family members. To have the servants present for such a thing was unthinkable. But this year was different. All of the servants were told to attend. Of course, they were not allowed to talk. They were there as observers. Just what in the world was happening that needed to be observed by 5 servants? Kinzo is going to tell them that the Beatrice game is upon them, and they need to be ready. And everyone else is going to be confused. But all the servants are going to be shaking in their boots knowing that they're going to die in the next 2 minutes. Even Krause didn't know.
徹夜はこう見えても強いんですよ。旦那様もサバをもりもり食べれば夜ももっとたくましくなれますよ。
What do you mean by that? What type of manly?
ほど。まだまだお
The
元気
downstairs manly?
100歳になっても元気でお勤めに違いない。
奥様、勝手ながら軽食の準備をさせていただきま
I
す。
have a light snack as
い
well.
つでも配膳できますので、ご指示をちょう
Don't worry, go to me and you. We come prepared.
ありがとう。やはりあなたは気が利きますね。他の皆さんに。
Oh, I also have my patented water bottle.
かしこまりました。
After nodding, Goda took the pot towards the relatives gathered at the other end of the table. Holy shit, they're fucking smoking. They're toking it up, baby. 420 style for life. As he did, more footsteps approached from the hallway. It was a single set, and it was light. Even before the knock, they could imagine who it was.
失礼いたします。
I was gonna say Cannon, because they're both about the same size, but Shannon has some extra weight on her.
お子様方をゲストハウスへお送りいたしました。ご苦労でした。今夜は特別な晩です。緊張感を欠かさないように。
Wait, shouldn't the children be able to stay because they're family members?
奥様。
If anything, they should be allowed more than the servants. Genji had gone with Cannon to meet Kinzo. There was still no sign of their return. The hands of the clock passed 22 slightly. Once sure of that, Ava spoke to Krause.
兄さん。
It's exactly 10. Where's our grandfather?
もう時間だけれど。
Where is he?
親族会議。まだ始まらないのかしら。
主賓の到着が遅れている。しばらく待ちたまえ。
いつまで？悪いけど時間を切ってもらうわよ。お父様がなかなか来ないなんてのを延々と続けて夜明けまで待たされたらたまらないわ。
親父殿のお越しになる時間を私が約束などできるものか。何を焦っているのか。
Because we think he's dead and potentially a waste of time. And they'd probably rather sleep than waste their time.
私は親族会議のために集まってるんだ。茶番じゃない。あと30分は待つ。だが、それでダメなら書斎に押しかけさせてもらう。
That's a little violent at that point.
押しかけるとは物騒な。
If you don't let us see grandfather in 30 minutes, we're breaking down this door and we're seeing the grandfather in 30 minutes.
ごめんなさい。あと30分はおとなしくしてるわ。30分後にも同じ笑いが浮かべられるか楽しみだわ。
He's probably used to lying through his smiling teeth.
本気で信じているのかね。
No. At this point, I think he's the one killing everybody. So until I see that he's dead, then it's going to be a new 18th person.
何もないもの。
後ろ宮家当主は正当なる人間へ正当なる手続きをもって継承される。お前が何の策を浪したところで何も抗えんよ。もちろん私もな。
何をわけのわかんないことを。今まで散々自分こそが次期当主だと威張ってきたくせに。
お前の言葉をそのまま返そう。それを今さら議論する気はないね。親父殿がやってきて自らの口でそれを宣言すればいいだけの話だ。お前を言いまかす必要などどこにもない。だったかな。
Kraus casually turned Ava's words back on her. Of course, that added oil to Ava's anger, but it didn't ignite. Because in that instant, the sound of a very loud knock rang out. Both Genji and Kanon were usually very reserved when they knocked. They wouldn't hit the door with such a violent strength. How do we know that's one of them? It's Kinzo himself. He got turned into furniture, and now as a chair, he's ramming his chair body into the door in hopes that somebody turns him back. It was like a judge's gavel slamming down in a call for silence, so everyone went quiet. The door opened slightly and Genji showed himself. Then, he spoke with a serious tone different from his usual one. It wasn't the tone he used when carrying out his duties. It was the tone he used when speaking for Kinzo himself. So just by hearing Genji speak like that, the siblings were struck with a sudden tension. At those words, the dining hall was wrapped in total silence, and everyone hurriedly returned to their designated seats. It was as though students had been bustling around just before homeroom had suddenly returned to their seats when the teacher came, and it might even have looked humorous. But there was no way anyone would joke about it. Everyone sat in order, and Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa stood up straight in a row by the wall. Kenzo, it's really not looking good for you under my suspicions right now. I'd laugh if Kanon struts in dressed as Kinzo. Of the double doors that led to the dining hall, Genji opened the right door from the inside, and Kanon opened the left door from the outside. Kanon just struts in dressed as Kinzo. He has arrived. And welcomed by a respectful bow from those two, majestically fluttering his cape, Kinzo appeared. Kinzo's gait had a dignified weight to it, and it was hard to believe that he had reportedly been at the end of his life. Genji pulled back Kinzo's seat and motioned for him to sit. But Kinzo stayed standing, signaling with his chin for Genji to move back. He's about to roast every single one of these people in this room. He's gonna go down a line. And he's gonna say, guess what? The game is afoot! Beatrice is here, baby! You're gonna have to find some gold now!
そんな怯えてるなんて。お父様が大変お元気そうなので、ほっとしただけで。
エヴァ、お前は相変わらず面白いな。クラウスとの賭けに負けて悔しいと素直に言えばよいのに。
Ava realized that their conversation during the day had indeed been leaked to Kinzo, and she hung her head, turning red.
さてと、我が息子たち娘たち、そしてその伴侶の諸君、お前たちの就寝している我が財産と当主の継承について、今宵は重要な発表をしようと思う。
So that's his cape. Why does he have his tie over his cape? That's a weird fashion choice. He has it going over the cape that's over his clothes, but the tie is going back into the clothes. Even though Kinzo said he was disappointed, a condescending smile rose to his face as though there was no way the likes of these could have solved it, and his gaze passed through all of them.
我がすべては誰にも継承されることなくここに至っているわけだ。
Quick, to the other mansion!
お前たちの中にそれを受け継ぐ資格を持つ人間が現れなかったことが私は心底残念であり、そして情けなくざまあないと思っている。
The siblings hung their heads in silence. Of course, they would have solved it if they could. True, they couldn't deny that they'd wanted a golden opportunity, but it was just so hard.
私は非分の謎にて我が継承者を選ぶことをここに中止することを宣言する。
So the epitaph does not matter anymore.
ゲームオーバーというわけだ。残念だ。
It's how that worked in the past, Chief.
お前たちには等しく公平にチャンスがあった。
He's definitely the one killing everybody. It truly sounded like Kinzo was making a victory proclamation. No! You suck at business, you dipshit!
お前はそれに溺れただけだ。次期当主というのはどういう意味かわかるか？
お父さんの後を継ぐという意味です。
違う！次期当主というのは当主が約束されたものではない。いいかクラウス、二度と教えないからよく聞けよ。 次期当主というのはな、自分以外にも当主を狙う奴がいたら、その花を徹底的にへし折って二度と逆らえないようにしてやる奴のことを言うの。
So that's why I'm picking everyone else but Kraus as my successor.
当主だけのことではない。金についても言える。
So Ava, Rudolph, and Maria, come on down! And take a third of the gold.
自分より金を持っているやつすべてを叩き潰し、そして誰よりも金をかき集められるやつのことを言うのだ。才能も同じ。天才とは才能に秀でたやつのことではない。自分より秀でたやつをすべて叩き潰し、自分を天才と すべての人間に呼ばせることを力とカリスマで強要できるやつを指している。お前はそのすべてにおいて勘違いしているのだよ。だから次期当主の器ではないのだよ。
勉強になる。
I told you, he's going down the line right now. Perhaps that truly was Kinzo's philosophy. As a result of faithfully carrying out that rant-like philosophy of his, Kinzo had glorified the Ushiromiya family to the state it was in today. It may be hard to imagine after his immersion in the occult in recent years, but that brutally overbearing outlook was no more or less than Ushiromiya Kinzo's charisma and aura. Next, we have Eva Ushiromiya. You're a piece of trash. What? I said a piece of trash. What? He's gonna run through him. He's gonna run through him. Why do I keep on calling Rosa Maria? Eva and the rest had no words to respond with, and they couldn't calculate what it was Kinzo was about to say. Was Kinzo actually planning to proclaim that no one would succeed the headship? If so, that would work to Eva, Rosa, and Rudolph's advantage. After all, in the end, they just have to negotiate everything among the siblings after Kinzo's death, splitting the inheritance evenly. It would surely be more troublesome if a specific person's name was raised and proclaimed to be the successor. But would Kinzo really say something to benefit any of the four siblings after demeaning them so much? You put that into the universe, and now the universe accepts it graciously. I'm giving it to Badler. You're all disowned. You are no longer Ushiromiya's. It's a weird way to go about it. You all suck, so I'm disbanding this entire family. For a while, Kinzo was overcome with cackling and his eyes bulged. Whenever he talked about Beatrice, it was always both eloquent and insane. My hip is like hurting every time somebody says the name Beatrice. Even my body knows right now that that name is not a good name. That name is not a name we want to speak about.
私を継承するに値する何者も築き上げてこなかった出来損ないどもめ。
金蔵さん、よろしいかな。
何か我が友よ。
Nanjo nervously raised his hand, asking to speak. Kinzo allowed him to.
金蔵さんの気持ちもわかる。子供たちを愛するがゆえに大きな期待を寄せ、それゆえに
No, he absolutely despises his children.
親心、同じく子供や孫を持つ身としてよくわかります。しかし金蔵さんは非凡だ、天才だ。そんな金蔵さんに追いついて当然というんではちょいとひどすぎるんじゃないかね。それでもそんな金蔵さんに追いつこうとクラウスさんもエヴァさんもルドルフさんもローザさんも、そしてその伴侶の皆さんも
Nanjo, listen to me. Pull him in real close. I had a very specific qualification for becoming successor that I mentioned. The riddle. Now, if you excuse me, knife, stab, gone. Now that that dumbass is out of the way, let's continue. Who's next? Rosa? We want to roast you?
どこがよく頑張っていると言えるのか。この世のすべては金として結晶しているのだ。それがつかめぬということはこの世をつかんでおらぬということ。魂がこの世をしっかり掴んでおらぬということは生きるに値せぬということだ。消えろ。我が生と現実から消え去ってしまえ。
それは暴論です。その理論から言ったら私だって生きている。
He's gonna kill all of you. Kinzo is a fucking murderer right now.
金蔵さんと過ごしたチェスの時間。
Nobody understands the world I live in, so they must disappear. They must die.
世の中
That's serial killer logic.
たくさんあることを金蔵さん自身が誰よりもご存知のはずだ。
As the siblings motionlessly hung their heads, they cheered Nanjo on inside their hearts. Not one of the siblings could offer their opinion in front of Kinzo in a rage, but Kinzo's close friend Nanjo alone was allowed to. Even though Kinzo had raged so fiercely after being admonished by Nanjo, he nodded several times as though in agreement. The surprisingly obedient side of him might have seemed cute, but there was no one here who could laugh.
確かに息子さんたちは金蔵さんほど
And if they did, it would have been...
まあそれでも私から見れば羨ましいほどのお金持ちではありますがな。しかしお金だけでなくお金では買えないたくさんのものを築き上げました。それについて言えば金蔵さんにも負けないくらいです。
ほう、金で買えぬ何を積み上げたというの。
Family.
幸せです。
Family. Family. Family.
彼らは
Family.
素晴らしい
Family. 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 Family.
あなたの一族を繁栄させ
You can call me Vin Diesel.
孫を連れ帰ってきてくれました。孫はいいですぞ。私たち年寄りは私たちには見ることもかなわぬ新しき時代を生きるだろう若き孫に無限の未来を想像するのです。それは老境の唯一の楽しみではありませんか。思い出しなさい、金蔵さん。彼らが初めて孫を連れて帰ってくれた時の喜びを息子さんたちは
I remember. I wanted to kill the grandkids. They looked at me like vultures. Every single one of them.
それはお金がいくらあろうと孤独なる身にはなせぬことです。
The siblings all nodded in agreement. Certainly, Kinzo looked happy when his grandchildren had just been born, back when he still had some sanity in his heart. However, did Kinzo's heart still contain a human's warmth?
それはつまり私が成した巨万の富の代わりに金を儲ける代わりに孫を儲けたとそういうわけか。
いえ、
私が稼ぎ上げた数百億という財産の代わりに息子たちは一人ずつ孫を設けたというわけか。
What's that deal meme? You get $10 billion, I get 4 grandkids.
100億を投じて命を一つ生み出したと、そういうわけだ。これは面白い。錬金術的に考えて実に面白い例えではないか。ほう、なんと価値ある孫たちなのか。素晴らしい、素晴らしい。そうなのか、クラウス。お前の娘には100億の価値があるというのか。
Kraus couldn't answer instantly. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his daughter, it was because he didn't have a clue what Kinzo was trying to test him with in this question. When Natsuki was then pressed for an answer, she responded, breaking Kraus' silence with an answer of her own interpretation.
はい。ジェシカは100億のお金を積まれても手放せない娘です。その意味において、お金では数えられない価値があると信じています。
ほう、100億の価値があると言い切るか。ほうほう。
Bitch, I'll sell her for $20.
今はどうか。お前のところのジョージはどうだ。
Oh, you can't bring that up to Ava. Ava's like, since Natsuki had answered that way, Ava naturally came up with her own answer as well. Ava 100% is gonna go, you want him? You're gonna have to sell your soul to Satan. I ain't giving this motherfucker up for anything. Even though Ava should have known better than to respond to a provocative question like this, she answered as well. And guess what? Bitch, I'll give you $20. I'll sell him for $20.
お父様。ジョージには100億の、いいえ、それ以上の価値があります。それはお金で買えないという抽象的な意味ではありません。ジョージは必ずや自らの価値に等しいだけの財産を築き上げるでしょう。お父様の偉業を継ぐにふさわしい孫となるはずです。
Ava sent a glance at Hideyoshi and Natsuki as if she'd scored a point. When she heard what Ava had said, Natsuki was about to add more praise for her daughter, but stopped at a glare from Kraus.
なるほど。
I don't know why you looked at Natsuki.
ならばルドルフはどうか。お前のところのバトラはどうだというのか。
Battler, I'll sell him for $10.
ジョージ君に比べられちゃ言われることは何もね。誘拐されて身代金を100億よこせと脅されたら、のしをつけて進呈したい程度のやつではある。さらにバカで無鉄砲だ。偉そうな夢やできるわけもねえことを語り出す。その一点においてはバカ100億人分に匹敵する大バカだろうさ。バカもできねえ凡人どもが100億人束に。
What a way to just completely roast the hell out of your own kid. He's worth 10 billion idiots.
世の中は甘くねえ。しかし100億の凡人を眺めるよりは、奴の人生は干渉して愉快なものになるだろうことだけは疑ってねえぜ。
Ava clicked her tongue at that clever style of speech, which would probably match Kinzo's tastes. Apparently, Rudolph had done that on purpose, so he grinned back at her. Rudolph, you get the succession.
マリアはどうか。
Maria, I'll sell her for a penny. Just as long as I get to continuously hit her in the face. You get a penny, I get to hit Maria forever without repercussions because she's not my daughter anymore. Deal?
マリアは私の可愛いたった一人の娘です。
That's not what he
お
asked.
金の価値で測れるものではありません。それだけです。
なるほど。夢と未来。
Kenzo looks at all of them and goes, I'd sell you all for a nickel. And not each. All together.
であることを証明してしまったお前たちには何を期待することもかなわないが。なるほど。孫たちには未来の可能性があり、魔法的奇跡を期待する価値はあり得るというわけか。それをもって100億以上の価値と言ってみせるなら、わからぬでもない。
When Kidzo got in a rage, he wouldn't let anyone speak up. But even so, he would sometimes accept something on his own while yelling by himself and change his own opinion. That's what this felt like to the other siblings. Apparently, even though Kinzo had been disgusted by his unsuccessful children and cast them away as being unfit for the inheritance of his title or his fortune, he wasn't sure about his grandchildren. At this rate, he might soon say that the inheritance would go to his grandchildren instead of the siblings. As the siblings sat in fear of what their fickle and short-tempered father might suddenly think of next, they carefully watched his every move. I give the succession to the servants!
考えを少し改めよう。お前たちに我が全てを継承する気は全くない。しかし、孫たちの誰かにその資格があるかどうかを問うのはなかなかに面白いことだ。いつまでも子供だと思う。
Alright, Badly, this is the time to shine.
ひょっとすると、私を驚かせ
This is the time to shine. We might get that gold.
見せてくれるかもしれぬ。そしてそれを期待し試すのは、なるほど。我が余生最後の道楽としても捨てがたい。さて、これはどうしたものか。
ジョージならお父様の
Hey,
後を継ぐに
he's not questioning you. Alright, he's questioning George. Let George handle this. Ava claimed that right away. Natsuki looked like she was about to follow along, but Kraus gave her a look, telling her to restrain herself, so she swallowed her words. Well, you're an idiot. Looks like George is out of the running. Get the fuck off my island.
勇ましいではないか。では、こうしよう。後宮家の家督と財産のすべてを受け継ぐ資格があるかどうか、孫たちに個別に問おうではないか。
お父様。
しかし、それはお前たちの誰かに間接的に家督を引き継ぐという意味ではない。
Oh, he's straight up.
お前たちにはすでに
That he's straight up. You aren't getting it. Your grandchild is. So don't you try to do shit. They're doing it.
何もな。私が問うのは孫たちだ。そして引き継ぐかもしれないのも孫たちだ。それを決して勘違いするな。
You know, as soon as he dies, they're just gonna take it anyway.
同じくだ。親父の決定に従うぜ。なあ、兄貴。
They don't have to follow it when he's dead.
お父様が賢明な判断をされると信じています。
That's what they're all thinking.
私もお父様の判断に従います。
孫たちをどのように試すかは考えよう。そしてそれは
Come on, pro wrestling quiz. I got this. What you need to know. What year WrestleMania took place?
投手継承とお前たちは
Who was in the main event? I got you, baby. I got you. Let's do this.
だからこの場では
Anything else I don't know shit about. You try and ask me basic math questions. My answer's 6.7.
もう一つの話とは。
それこそが今宵の、そして後宮家最後の親族会議の本当の理由だ。お前たちに求めるのは議論でも意見でもない。我が儀式に協力を求めるためだ。
儀式？
静かに。お父様がお話をなさっている最中よ。
Rudolph and the rest had automatically narrowed their brows at the occult-like word. Could he be planning to start some strange ceremony involving Beatrice's resurrection again? And he wanted their assistance. What in the world was he planning to do? In the past, he had carried out many eccentricities that he called by the same name, such as starting to burn a strange incense and filling the whole mansion with the stench. To the siblings, the ceremony was nothing more than one of the aged Kinzo's obnoxious hobbies.
お父さん
He's gonna murder 6 of them.
儀式とは
Straight up! Kinzo's the one killing them right now.
協力できることなら
Like, he is being very suspicious.
ねえローザ
ええでも一体何を
私が碑文に刻んだ通りの
I'm telling you, he's...
ベアトリーチェを蘇らせ黄金鏡の扉を開く
Beatrice is not the one killing these people.
肉体の檻を逃れ私の指の隙間を嘲笑うようにすり抜けるあの魔女を今度こそ捕らえ屈服させる私の最大の秘術だ。そのために13人もの命を生贄に捧げねばならぬがな。
You seem to be ignoring a fact. That everybody dies. Everybody dies?
この儀式が行えるのは今日を置いて他にないのだ。
Taken literally, it sounded like he was telling them to become human sacrifices for his dark ceremony and die. Ridiculous. Was it some kind of metaphor? But they didn't even have a clue what he was trying to illustrate. The siblings whispered together about what Kinzo was saying.
親父は何を言ってるんだ。いつものあ
Yo,
る
he,
気か
is he senile? Like, what the hell is he talking
し
about?
ばらく黙って聞いて
Like, actually, what the hell is going on?
ご
Do you
めん
get
な
what's
さい
going on,
お父
Ava?
様
Rosa?
どういう意味でおっしゃられているのかわかりかねます。
何が分かりかねるというのか。私は至極単純に話している。ベアトリーチェを蘇らせる儀式のためにこの島にいる人間から13人を選び
We're confused about the sacrifice part. Are you going to kill us? Or are you going to let us go? What type of sacrifice we talking here, baby?
これは冗談でも何でもない。我が人生の最後に欲する最後の賭け、最後の儀式。
No matter what, it's your final ceremony, because again, everybody dies. Everybody dies?
この膨大な数の生贄を容易に満たせるだけの頭数が存在するというわけだ。お前たちは我が儀式の生贄となれ。金蔵さん、あんたまさかあの話は本気だったのかね。冗談ではなく。
Unusually for him, Nacho's face changed color as he stood up and shouted. It seemed this wasn't the first time Nacho had heard all this dark talk about 13 sacrifices.
すまんな我が友よ。あれは冗談でも何でもない。我が生涯を賭して最後に挑む儀式でありゲームなのだよ。そう、これはゲームだ。お前たちにとって我が財産を得て島を出ることがゴールならば、それを達する方法は2つしかない。13人の生贄から逃れ見事生き残り、今更ながら碑文の謎を解いて儀式を止めてみせるか。私を殺しこの儀式を止めてみせるか。
He is actively saying he's killing these people. Wait, hold on. That's fucking insane, dude. He just sent me a message about it. And one of it is, it turns out his boss is going to the same event with his kids. That's fucking hype, brother. You know what? I'm gonna flash this on screen. You wanna know what this makes me? Not bewildered, baby. And you know what? If this makes it in the video, somehow, cheering, throw confetti, throw it everywhere. I'll even throw my chair. Alright, well then I guess everybody's going? Fair enough. And for the people who will see this stream on Tuesday, potentially, if you even get an hour and 10 minutes into it, February 27th, technically, maybe, wrestling event. I have graciously invited 4 people, including myself, to go watch said wrestling event. One man is one person that we know all too well, Mr. Ozzy, that I've said his name many times on stream. And the other 2 are people that we know in real life. So that is why. That is the good news that has appeared. We are all going now, which is fantastic. I'm messaging the person that it was captured live on stream. Now I'm gonna tell you right now, if that boss tries some fucking crazy shit, that is a fucked place to work. Alright. Even the siblings had noticed that Kenzo was beginning to act abnormally. That's not abnormal. But Kenzo's killing everybody. You know what? While I'm here, well, I'll quickly look at the event details real quick. Best part is I just watched Survivor Series War Games 2. Fantastic match, fantastic. Let's see if anything has been updated. The only thing that has been updated is Seth Rollins does not have the US title around him anymore, but that's because Austin Theory, Mr. Other Theory that I have, A-Town Down style, has the United States title now. Other than that, everything's been the same. It still just says, you'll see Bianca Belair, Seth Rollins, Matt Riddle, Bobby Lashley, Johnny Gargano, and Bayley. Anyway, space. It doesn't make me bewildered. I hit space and I was still clicked into stream elements, which means I can easily hide the card. Let me actually click on back to the visual novel. I am also looking forward to it. It's the first WWE show that I will be watching live for like a few years. So it's going to be different than what I watched the other time.
お父さん、少しお疲れなのだろう。源氏さん、お父さんは少し酒を。いいえ。
I have a bag of popcorn here.
ご明晰であらせられます。
I feel like popcorn is something I should eat while watching this. So if you hear popcorn or chewing, which you probably will because the mic is loud.
そりゃ自由だぜ。親父の趣味なんだからな。だが、そいつに巻き込まれて されるのはまっぴらごめんだぜ。
ルドルフ、お父様の話に口を挟む気？
何言ってんだ姉貴。こんな物騒な話に。はい、そうですかで。
Rudolph, too fucking bad. I mean, we're gonna die, so too bad. Was the ceremony Kinzon mentioned literally something disturbing, or was it some kind of test to choose the successor? It can't be a test to choose the successor, because he done told you dumb bitches that none of you are the successor. None. It seemed that Rudolph had taken it literally. But Ava apparently still believed that it was something like a test or examination to find a proper successor. But Kinzo responded with a clear smile. I'm reclosing the popcorn. A little bag ASMR. I'm not fully hungry yet, so maybe I should hold off on that. And plus, things haven't gotten really juicy yet. The only thing that has happened was, maybe Kinzo's gonna start killing people. No, we know definitively Kinzo's gonna start killing people, because he's the one that's doing it this time. Whoa, 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 what the fuck does he mean by that? Kinzo, you can't just start this! When Kinzo raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled as though towards a packed audience. The air shattered like glass, and the outlines of 3 people who supposedly hadn't been invited to this island appeared. Kinzo. Who am I about to see? Rabbit people? I'm gonna hit space. But face cam style. And I'm shrinking it down. There's my face cam right now. Fucking bewildered. Alright, I'm putting it back. I put it back. Alright. Fucking bewildered. Ah, oh, son of a bitch. Wait, you were 45? I thought you were 100. I thought this one was 45. Oh, wait, you were 410. Where's James Bond? 00? Where's the 7? I'm literally falling out of my chair right now. Story behind eye patch? Now, if I hit Z and go to characters, am I gonna see who the fuck 00 is? Everything kind of just fell over at the moment. Okay, I'm just gonna look at characters. Oh yeah, Sakutaro is technically dead. I'm making sure everything else is good. Everywhere else. Alright. Of course, I gotta be on which side. 00. Okay. A weapon of the Sisters Cavalry, which serves Pendragon, Double O has the position of their calm and composed leader. However, that is merely the role that was sought of her. Her true self is far more of a weakling. Double O excels in reconnaissance and as a vanguard and has enormous power to bring the enemy under control during encounters. However, her excessive power level has been criticized as inhumane and is not rare for her to be lynched and abused upon surrendering on the battlefield. Her one eye tells of this without words. Okay, I'm afraid I don't understand this paragraph of the however her excessive power level. So she has a high power level, but she surrenders and then gets fucking hung. She gets fucking executed. First of all, that's a war crime. Second of all, why are you surrendering with an excessive power level? What, like, what's your... What does power level mean? Three girls with strange forms suddenly appeared behind Kinzo. Again, the Union Jack. That's not the Union Jack. Where from? When? Who? Who were they? The humans were thrown off balance and their minds went blank. Because they spent all that time thinking, they lost their last chance to survive. Okay, so either way, Kinzo is responsible. The fact that the Cheister sisters appeared doesn't mean shit to me. The only thing that it means is that Kinzo is the one responsible. So that means we know a definitive person who killed people. That is a big step right now, because we couldn't figure that out in the last three. But in this one, if we know, we can figure some shit out. When 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space and she pulled its string. The golden arrow that had been readied there was fired off without any hesitation, flew around the room leaving haphazard gold curves everywhere, and chose Nazi from among those sitting at the table of the family conference, pulverizing the left half of her face. Flesh and deep red blood scattered around, leaving massive red spatter, it should be splatter, marks on the relatives' faces and the pure white tablecloth. Silence fell. Despite the massive number of deep red spots left on the tablecloth, no one could understand why Nazi's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though dozing while still sitting, and they watched on in silence. Those sitting on Nazi's right-hand side were silent for a relatively long time, but those sitting to her left were not. Because the people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open like a watermelon or a pomegranate. Shouts out Gallagher, rest in peace, comedian. He's the dude who smashed watermelons with a hammer. You will be missed by people. And could even see inside her. So, Kraus is going through some shit right now. He's really... His mind must be, like, going... Holy crap, my wife was dumb, but I didn't want her to die. 5 to go. Who's next? Who's in the room? The servants? And all the adults. Okay, I'm gonna try and guess. So, I'm gonna type in some names on a randomizer. I'm not even gonna put that into the... Alright, so let me... Alright. Hopefully, if I do this... Alright, let me spend some time doing something. This may take a while. There we go. It's not gonna take as long. Alright, so who do we got? We got, let's just go to characters. Let's see if I can guess who's gonna die next. So, we have Kraus. We have Ava. Natsu's already dead, so we're not going to include her. We have Hideyoshi. We're going to assume Kinzo's not involved in it, because he's the one actively doing it. Rudolph. He could be involved, but I'm assuming he's controlling everybody. He's not going to be involved. Kairi. Najo. Or Ajnin, depending on how he's feeling that day. I almost put Maria. Rosa. Genji. Shannon. I'm assuming the servants are involved because he literally said anybody who was in here. Kanon. Goda. And Kumasawa. Spin! Who dies next? Ava. Supposedly, Ava dies next. According to my randomizer. After scratching the empty air in the same way and readying her bow, 00 fired as well. After it flew around and around at high speeds like the golden arrow 410 had released, trying a convoluted curve in the same manner, it smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way as he looked at Nazi and shot, killing him instantly. Damn it! Alright. Got that one wrong. Okay, Rudolph was the one who died. Alright, who's next? Spin the wheel around. Who's next? 6 people. So we have 2. So 4 more spins. Alright, I regret to inform you, but Cannon has been selected. So if Cannon does not die next... Again, he said everybody in the room. I'm assuming he didn't exclude the servants. But he could have. Who knows? But we're going off of my thought processes here. And it's very good thought processes. This time, everyone managed to avoid freezing up mentally. They realized that a fearsome murder had started playing out right in front of them, just as Kinzo had said. And they realized that Kinzo would probably kill even more. Well, he did say 6 of you are going to die. Shrill screams burst out. Even so, they didn't know what to do, so they could only keep screaming and flapping their wide open mouths like goldfish. I'm doing the ceremony. I told you I was doing it. As Ava asked Kinzo that in total shock, Hideyoshi had come to his senses faster than anyone else and risen to his feet, pulled at her arm from behind. However, merciless fates chose for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. Alright, we are... Alright, the guy who just, the guy who messaged me that he was able to come, he says that everybody watching should follow this channel right now. So that means if you're watching this on YouTube, subscribe. Because nobody at this moment other than Ozzy is watching this channel live. Alright, so, fuck. Alright, Hideyoshi is actually out. Alright, Let's spin it again. Let's go for... Okay, so what? I'm 0 for 2? Alright, Genji. You have been selected for sacrifice by me. Just like the two before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed. And the right side of his head, which had happened to be facing that direction at the time, had been blown away with its contents exposed like a watermelon or a pomegranate. So, still holding Ava, Hideyoshi slumped backwards and fell down. Still held by her beloved husband, Ava fell over backwards with him. Ava screamed. It was only natural. The face she had been looking for had been half lost, and the crushed skull, the mashed brains, and the crushed jaw all lay bare. You're not playing Battleship. You don't need to say it's a hit. I'm not giving you a chance to go again. It's my turn now. Kill Genji.
残りは3人であるぞ。お父さん。これは何の真似です。
When Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to... I did not read that right. When Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to rush Kinzo, Double O blocked him. With her slender-looking body, she held back Kraus with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack Kinzo, so Double O lifted Kraus by the nape of the neck and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Kraus was overcome with agony. I love the low-rendered image. Dude, their brains are out of their skull. The ambulance is not going to help. Nancho's sharp words finally dissolved the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. When Goda and Kumasawa each tried to escape from the dining hall first, 410 moved in an instant and appeared they were blocking the way. Can you kill Genji? Notice how Genji... Where the fuck is... Yeah, Cannon showed up. Even the Goda didn't understand it. He crouched when he heard Kairi's sharp voice. Then a burst of air rushed above his head. Kairi had taken a big swing with the chair to mow 410 down. But 410, still with a mocking expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with a single hand. This is where in wrestling they wrench it out of your hand. You charge them with the chair, but then everybody leaves the ring while you're standing there yelling at them, "I'll get you next time!" Even though I could totally run at you right now and chase you down until you leave, but I'm gonna stand in the ring by myself and tell you that I'll get you next time. From the cuff of her arm where she had caught the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared. Wrapped itself around the chair and burst open. It was a fearsome power, like a vice. When Kairi realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually something that surpassed human knowledge and that a human could not even begin to oppose, her head was filled with a fierce alarm bell that welled up from deep inside her. Genji, Shan, and Kan, and all of the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle, continued to stand calmly at attention by the wall, even with a scene like this before their eyes, and making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kairi thought that they'd managed to stay calm because they were with the enemy, and had been given a guarantee that they wouldn't be killed. But as soon as she thought that, the side of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes. I fucking got one, dude. I fucking got one. That's how we do it, baby. Let's go. I told you it was my turn. Alright, Chaser Sisters, you can choose again. but I'll still make my choice. Let's see, I choose Rosa. I've chosen Rosa. But it is your turn now, Cheister Sisters, so you may choose. No, it's a hit for me. It's not a hit for you, it's a hit for me. The half of Genji's expression that remained was as indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell over, and sent a blood-red splatter out across the floor. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions on Shannon and Kanon's faces, one couldn't sense any naive hopes that they'd be rescued. That's right. Kenzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be killed. Choose Rosa! Choose Rosa! 410 looked at Kairi for a second. In that second, Kairi was prepared for her own death. But when she readied her golden bow in mid-air, 410 was looking at someone else over Kairi's shoulder. So, as imprudent as it was, Kairi felt as though she had been saved. Again, an ugly, exploding, popping sound rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? When Kairi turned to face the direction of the sound, she saw blood gushing like a fountain, Ava lying on her husband's chest. Damn it! Alright, look. Alright, it's my turn. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we got 8 people. One more kill. I have a 1/8 chance of getting this right. So we'll spin. Who is next to die? Kairi? I'm sorry, but you were only saved once. It ain't happening again. Of course, her face had been half smashed just like her husband's. 410 mercilessly targeted Ava as she'd clung to her husband's corpse, sobbing. Alright, Bo Kairi, let's do it. That's my choice because it's my turn. Rosa's objection didn't reach Kinzo as he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-splattered dining hall, and she wasn't able to lessen Krause's pain at being lifted up by the nape of the neck by Double O. So Noza had no choice but to use force. She lifted up a chair beside her and gave a warning. Dear God, help me if you do not put this man down. This chair is breaking over your skull. Alright, I warned you, bitch! Hit him with the chair already. Do it WWE style, gut back. The chair that Rosa lifted up swung down at the father who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-control in Rosa's life. What Kinzo had said might have been true. If she had grasped that courage much sooner, her life might have become more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Then there was a bursting sound. That sounded like a gunshot. So, Cheister Sisters, maybe not existing. Maybe Kinzo just has one of those rifles and is shooting them with it. The sound of Rosa's chair feastly hitting Kinzo could not have been this. With the chair still lifted up, she nearly lost half of her head and slumped over. Still holding Kraus up with one hand, Double O had struck her other hand out towards Rosa. The golden snake, released from that arm, had constricted Rosa in a helix and smashed into her head. So I was right, technically. I got Rosa and I got Ava at one point, but they died later. She has a scar on her ear. Is that where she gets lynched from? When she indifferently communicated that Double O let go of Kraus, whom she had been lifting up this whole time. So I got one of them in the correct spot. But technically 3 of them in general. It was a massacre that happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall had been dirtied by blood splatter. And the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. In a way that was fitting for that abnormal space, Kinzo's abnormal laugh alone echoed out. So my death quota has been fulfilled. It didn't rise. I only needed 1 death. And we got it, so we're set. Oh no. When Kinzo called Renault's name, the demon butler showed himself in midair, bowing respectfully. So wait. So Beatrice isn't in this one. So far. Holy hell. That is something I did not expect, and I'm grateful for it. Because I get more Kinzo. And Kinzo is the de facto best character. I want to know the names of the other 71 demons. Great demons, mind you. Just who was he making that introduction for if you couldn't understand my water speak? Kraus and Kairi, who were still down on their backsides, and Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa, could only look up at this middle-aged gentleman they didn't know in shock. Only Shannon and Kanon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply. Yeah, he's kind of missing his face. Oh, no, this is even worse. I don't want Virginia here. I don't want Virginia here. Once again, a silhouette of someone the relatives didn't know appeared from empty space. She appeared in a refined dress while making an elegant greeting. I don't want Virginia here in the slightest. Like, no. Like, why? There's no need. There's no need to bring Virginia here. Oh, Mokai. Thanks for following the channel. Welcome to the stream. We got Virginia here. of the finite. Not the finite, the finite. Yeah, cheers. Oh, you're from the good old England. Or somewhere else in the UK. Maybe Ireland? That's not in the UK. I know Ireland isn't in the UK. Because I've been there. It's Kinzo. Dude's been dabbling in the occult since he was probably like a baby. I swear to God, if you bring her up. If she shows up now because he summons her, all bets are off. I might turn off my computer. The stream is just gonna end suddenly. Oh, not the T-Benders. Well, shouts out the T-Benders. I shall call you the representative of the T-Benders, Mr. Mokai. The representative of the T-Benders. Gap! Is that where he shops? He shops at the Gap. It's a she? Wasn't Kinzo supposed to be just absolutely terrible at magic? So, wait, he was supposed to be terrible at magic, but he's just throwing out summons. What is this, Elden Ring? Am I a boss in Elden Ring? Are you just throwing out, like, a summon that spawns 5 people? No, I want to know how he summons an entire, like, clothing store into this room. When Kinzo strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale light gathered in the empty air, twisted, and a magic circle was drawn there with a deep red glow. Kinzo being able to just, in general, do magic when he was supposed to be terrible at magic leaves me fucking bewildered. God, I still hate that bit. It's been like a week, and I still absolutely despise doing that bit. Just for some reason. And did I read that? And a magic circle was drawn there with a deep red glow. I can't remember if I read that. Okay, now, I'm gonna be honest, your outfit's a little too revealing for me. We got everyone else being refined, and then we got you. Exactly. Yeah, that's... It's not the fact that he's summoning, like, 6 different people. It's the fact that he can't summon clothes that makes him bad. Okay, look. Again. Like, we have a bunch of people with refined clothing, and then you're just showing constant side boob. Okay, my question is the other... Wait, is the other side covered? So she's just showing constant side boob. Alright, okay. Fucking bewildered. And with a sound like glass breaking, a new demon could be seen there. I can tell you right now, she does not shop at the Gap. The literally devilish woman, wrapped in a venomous, ominous costume, looked at the scene which should have made her cover her eyes and twist her mouth in a grin. I'm sorry, Renov, I didn't mean to cut you off. Out of everybody, I feel terrible for cutting you off. I'll cut Virginia off every fucking time. Did I say I want to know the other names of the 71 great demons? So, I guess that's a check mark of something that I wanted to happen. I'm supposed to be able to explain this without magic. And you want to know what that makes me? That makes me bewildered that I have to do that. I'm very tired of this person being on my screen because every time I have to look at her, it's immediate just side boob right in my eyes. Like, I'm trying not to be, like, going crazy. If I had an eye tracker, you'd see the circle up here and then straight at the side boob and then back. Side boob isn't against TOS. I don't care about that. I just don't want to stare at it this whole time. I'm sorry, but I'm not a horny motherfucker. Like, as Gap shrugged her shoulders, she looked at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then, when she snapped her fingers, Kraus was swallowed up by the floor as though a round pitfall had opened up beneath him. Again, my eyes just go straight to the tatas, straight to the chest. There's no hole in the floor, but it certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. No other character, too. Searching for her next prey, Gap's gaze crossed Kairi. She snapped her fingers. Watch. She's gonna pop up and it's gonna go straight there. I'm gonna try not to. Kairi jumped back as though repelled. Her instincts had been right. After all, in this place where she'd been until a second ago, a round jet black hole had appeared, the same kind that had swallowed up Kraus. However, before she could catch her bounce, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kairi had no way of eluding Gap's capture. I don't know why that made me laugh so much. Just straight up, just all of a sudden, fucking Nanjo. Or Ajnan. At the current moment. He could be. I don't know. He could be the Jekyll and Hyde right now. Him just falling, going, wow, is just great. I don't know why that made me laugh so much. Just seeing that's an edit I would do. When she snapped her fingers again, a shocked Nanjo was swallowed up by the floor and disappeared. When she did it again, 410 let out a sharp yell and jumped back. This time, a slightly larger pitfall had opened, swallowing both Shannon and Canyonwood standing in a line by the door. But because 410 had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Instinctively aware that he would be next, Goda dashed out through the door. Smart man, Goda. Goda is smart. He done ran. He's out. Of course, Kumasawa also escaped with lightning speed, chasing after Goda. I don't think that's gonna help, but as Gap snapped her fingers over and over, round jet black pitfalls opened one after another behind them, chasing them. However, they did nothing but drive the recklessly fleeing pair away and couldn't swallow them up. Goda and Kumasawa had escaped in a matter of seconds. More like they're running. It doesn't matter if you've gotten slow. You can't catch somebody if when you snap, where they're at is a pitfall. You'd have to snap and you'd have to snap for a location in front of them.
二人逃がした。ご安心を。
I inadvertently looked at the side boob again.
データリンクよし。ミヒ、狙撃しますか？
いいえ、それは許可できませんよ。貴重な生贄です。親方様の許可を待つよう。
タイゴールドスミス卿、指示を待ちます。
第二の晩の訪れにはまだ早いと。我が魔力の源泉がさ。
Where is all the magical power coming from?
今はならぬ。好きにさせてやれ。どうせこの島からは逃げられぬわ。
Yeah, but they can go to the guest house and tell everybody what just happened.
ノイズとリスクと運試しつまりは気まぐれというわけだ。
I don't trust you. You don't have your eyes open.
そうとも言うかもしれぬ。ガープ、ご苦労であった。
Please, brain, do not do it. Do not do it when she pops onto the screen.
さて、それはそれとして。
Just keep your eye on the text.
次期当主たる資格があるかどうかを試す。はてさて、どうやってその
Make us solve the epitaph. I already know the location of it. And then we can go from there exactly
資格があ
where.
ると判断されたなら、ベアとの復活を断念されるおつもりで。
無論だ。にもかかわらず試す。女の身にはわからぬであろうな。この無
Okay, now I know where Kraus got the misogyny from. Oh my god, it happened again. I'm serious.
遊ぶという概念。わかり
Like, I didn't even look at the text. I looked straight there.
あなたはそう
I wonder if they gave kids a side boob window under his cape. If they did, I'm gonna tell you right now, he takes that cape off, I'm staring straight at it too.
危険なリスクと一緒に恋をささやかれたらキュンキュンしちゃうわ。ただしイケメンに限る。
Okay, let's leave our kinks at the door.
お静かに。
Alright?
死後は
Gap.
実にかしまし
My kink is shopping at the Gap, okay? But I'm leaving that at the door.
実はせぬ。これだから召喚は愉快なのだ。そなたらには我が儀式のノイズとリスクの天秤の片側を担ってもらうぞ。その働きに期待している。
6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall and it was contaminated with red, gruesome decorations. It was now unimaginable that, until just a second ago, 13 humans had been arranged here in a well-organized manner. Kenzo lined up the famous demons and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of a night of overwhelming mass murders, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land.
待たせたな。
You could have kept me waiting. Now, I'm gonna hit Z. Go to characters. Is she, okay, so she's not wearing any pants under this. She's not wearing anything other than that. And it's tied by one bow. One of the 72 great demons, she's also Beatrice's friend. Of course, why wouldn't she fucking be? Grants the power of teleportation as the major quest. She uses this wonderful power only for pranks. Favorite trick is hiding keys and bags on busy mornings. So wait, she's gonna be the one teleporting the keys into different rooms for closed rooms. Okay. However, this power of hers is an ultimate weapon that risks delivering the lethal blow to a locked room mystery. Her queen bee-like strikes would probably penetrate all famous detectives and make them surrender. I know I shouldn't be checking Anne's side, but I gotta stare at Sakutaro not being dead for like 5 seconds. he is the G, and nobody has technically died yet, even though that's false, you could have kept me waiting. In fact, if I knew you were showing up, I would have waited on the screen previous forever. I mean, that wasn't really Kinzo's fault. That was the taste of the sisters, the Chysters. The rabbits, if you will. Where one of them gets fucking hung, it seems like every time she fights. Because it's less able to be able to prove. Oh my god, it happened again. I swear to you, I am not trying to look at this person's chest, but every time they appear, my eyes just go straight to it. Every time it happens, I'm just gonna bring it up, and we're gonna see. There has to be like a way to not. I have to like cover this. I'm gonna put my hand up on the screen so I can only read the text. It doesn't help that the text box is like almost exactly level with it either. It is a personal problem. But again, it doesn't help that the text box is right there. The more the witch is... I'll leave. If you don't want me to read, I'll leave. The more the witch's corrosion advances, the more Rakanjima tilts towards the spirit world. That's why strange, insane people keep appearing one by one. This island has been closed off by the typhoon, so no human can leave it, much less appear as a new character to increase their numbers. But the more the corrosion advances, the more witches and demons can appear without limit, increasing one by one. By now, there might be more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. Their numbers might be the thing that represents this mad corrosion. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And the corrosion hasn't just affected the number of people, but apparently their fashion sense as well. If the corrosion advances any further and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing? It's so scary I can't imagine. Seriously, give me a break. The next person that appears is probably just going to wear bra, panties, and that's it. They ain't gonna have an outfit on. Oh, they might only have stickers over their nipples. And like wearing a thong. That's like the next step. Don't make these weird guys increase in number anymore. What the fuck is the closed circle rule? Oh, I gotta tell you what just happened. So, I saw Gap appear. I looked at the text, and for some reason, instead of reading the text, my eyes went straight to the you-know-where spot. I can't even tell if I'm doing it on purpose anymore. The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced as Gap, took a glance at me and then grinned as though she'd figured something out on her own. That smile felt openly obscene. Huh. This is your submissive male? Nice. Watch out, she's just normal. Oh, thank God someone's gonna explain it.
今の展示間のような外界から断絶された場所で起こる連続殺人ミステリーはクローズドサークルとも呼ばれるわ。外界からの断絶、つまりは閉じられた輪の世界というわけ。故に登場人物と容疑者は限定されるのが一般的にもかかわらず、新しい容疑者候補が次々に輪の外から追加されていくのはミステリーの作法に反する。つまり人間とミステリーに対する魔女の冒涜ってつもりなんでしょう。あなたがグレーテル？なるほど。
Alright, happen again? I'm done bringing it up. It's gonna happen every time she appears on screen, and it's just gonna get boring. Yes, actually.
ジャック・ザ・リッパークリスマスブラッド。人間界の田舎娘には理解できないセンスでごめんね。
通気性がいいのだけは理解できたわ。ついでに頭にも切れ目を入れたら。脳みその通気性もよく。
You know what? Ange might actually be the best character.
ガープは魔界の流行にいつも敏感でね。
Actually, like, Ange goes hard on the insults. She truly roasts everybody.
ぜひ取り寄せてみるとしよう。リーチェにはアリグレがおすすめね。アリス&ザ・グレイブヤード。今度一緒に666にお洋服見に行きましょうよ。たまには魔界にもいらっしゃいな。
Do I need to grab a Bible with all this demon talk?
それにしても
No, I don't know about you, but my mind still has a little simping for Beatrice in there. So,
頭部半壊したいにどういう意味があるか。
my brain is busy going, you know what? I'd like to see Beatrice in that dress. It still wants to simp.
一番最初のゲームを思い出せと言う。
It still wants to simp.
どういう意味だ。
But I will never let that happen.
一番最初のゲームの
I will never let that happen again. The last time I simped, Beatrice literally stabbed me in the stomach
発見された時のことよ。
with the betrayal of a lifetime. Episode 1, The First Twilight. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Shannon, and Godo, all 6 of them had their heads pulverized and died.
あの時、あそこには2種類の死体があったわ。それは顔面を粉砕された死体と側面を粉砕された死体の2種類。
そうだ。顔面粉砕はルドルフ、キリエ、ローズ、ゴーダの4人。側頭部粉砕はクラウス、シャノンの2人だ。わらわもあの時点では気まぐれに生み出した2種類の死体であったが、より残忍な死体である前者の方がわらわにとってむしろ不利であることに気づいたのだ。
ベアートにとって不利。
Oh, because we could say that it wasn't
そう
them.
いうことか。
That's right. The smashed corpses might look atrocious. Or the smashed faces might look atrocious. But that made it hard to confirm the identity of each person. For example, at that time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon Chan had their heads half smashed. That alone was atrocious enough, but because half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm their identities. But Dad and the other 3 were different. Because his face had been completely destroyed, even I, as a son, could only guess by inference that it had to be Dad because of his clothes and the like. In short, it remained vague until the end whether that really had been Dad's corpse.
第1のゲームの時にも、もしも推理バトルが行われてたなら、俺は多分、親父たちの死体を本人確認不能のため、偽装死体の可能性もあると主張していたかもしれない。何しろ、あのゲームの時には、
She didn't say fucking anything during that game to us.
お上手よ。それで正解。偽装死はミステリーの基本の一つ。たとえ医者に検証させたとしても、犯人とグルを疑われればその結果は信用できない。つまり確実な死を保証できない死体は常に魔女サイドを不利にするということ。
あらゆる死体について偽装死を疑い、その後の事件の犯人に想定することができる。バトラの嫌う手だけど、魔女に対する最も初歩的な一手ね。
Yeah, except we already know who's killing everybody this one.
ベアートは赤を使い出して、赤き真実で完璧な検証を行
Again, the red truths that I don't fully trust.
そういうことだ。本来ならばこの第一の番の惨劇に対しわらわはすぐにでも赤き真実にてこの度の6人の死亡を確定させるところである。しかし知っての通り今回のわらわの戦法はこれまでとは正反対赤き真実の兵糧攻めといったところ。そなたが反撃の拠り所にしようとする以上わらわは容易には赤を使わぬ。
I'm not going to. I'm sorry, but Ava as Beatrice shouldn't have said what she said with the red truths. That right there convinced me that it's wrong. And until I can confirm otherwise, that's just what I'm gonna believe.
たった一回の赤き真実にて打ち破るだけで良いわけだ。
散々俺をいたぶってきやがったくせに俺が反撃に使い出したら今度は引っ込めやがったってわけだ。ふざけやがってよ。
とにかく赤を使いたくない。蹴っちりたい。バトラをいじめてやりたい。
Like I said, leave your kinks at the door.
赤を使わずに確実なる死を保証するにはどうすればよい。
That's what I'm doing with me simping you. I'm leaving that at the door because fuck you. Figuratively and literally.
実に簡単な方法だったのだ。当たり前なことを言ったらリーチがひらめいただけよ。私は誰にでも容易に身元の判別と完全なる死が理解できる死体を用意すればいいと言っただけ。つまりはその2つを合体させたわけよ。身元の判別に必要な顔と完全なる死の
I think I'm starting to realize why I hate looking at the side boob of Gap. And that's because Gap isn't even the best looking witch in this. The best looking one is Beatrice. But I can't simp for her. But I want to. I can't decide.
欲張りな子供市民丸出しだぜ。
いずれにせよたとえ頭部が反壊していたとしても
But I gotta leave it at the door. We leave the kinks at the door.
分かってる。ベアトがもったいぶって赤での宣言を拒む以上全ては疑ってかかるべきだ。もちろんシエスタの太もも姉ちゃんたちの魔法殺人だって鵜呑みになんて。
I mean, yeah, you could quote that. That's fact. I'm sorry, that's fact.
本当に慎重になったこと。最初のゲームの頃だったなら何でもかんでも
Let me explain why that's fact real quick. First one, Gap, the hair color is just fucking stupid. I'm gonna be honest, the hair color is not great. Ava is a child. That was a child. Maria, a child. Ange looks way too much like Badler, to be honest. Renov is a guy. Kenzo is a guy. So, out of all of them, the tier list goes, Beatrice is number 1. Just default. And then I can order it based on, it goes Beatrice number 1. Why the pink bow? They both have pink bows. I need to know why she has a coat of arms on the pink bow. Because the coat of arms is really just weird. What, like, clan are you from? It better not be mine. But anyway. In the ranking of best looking witches, because I am counting Renov and Kinzo in this. Beatrice, Renov. Those are the top 2. Number 3 can be... I forgot about Virginia. Virginia also just sucks. Number 3, if Shannon counts as a witch because she can use magic, then Shannon. There you go, top 3. At best. Do I need to show that image again? That I used to show why I needed to take a break from Umineko for like 2 weeks? I probably don't. It's just straight facts. Everybody agrees with me. Just like how everybody loves the acclaimed. Oh yeah, Sean, it seems like we're done with the chapter. What? I said we're done with the chapter. Well, we're the sweet world of witches now, Sean. What? Silent. Oh, wait, yeah, they got captured. Do we have confirmation that they're dead now? No. Let me confirm everything's all set and good. Alright. Oh, I remember the silence. That's a song reference. Christmas Truce by Sabatone. Black. Cold. Painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit, and the first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, with her body this cold and hurting, the pain grew the more her consciousness returned. It felt like she'd been sleeping on ice-cold marble in the darkness, lying face down for a long time. It's probably exactly what happened. Ah, this is why I always tell myself, even if it's just for a nap, I've got to at least grab a sofa. I know that if I naively try to close my eyes for just a second, and end up sleeping on the floor in the study chair, it'll hurt my body later and make things difficult. Since I slept on such a cold and hard floor, even my bones are ice cold. Since I slept on such a hard and cold floor, the half of my face pressed down against it hurts a lot. Wait, is Rosa dead? Or was she captured? I honestly do not fucking remember. Told Tanjiro. Yeah, some people were clamoring for those VODs. Like, some people, one person specifically said in one of the comments, it'd be nice if Twitch archived the VODs so then we can watch them fully. And I decided then, I was like, okay, you know what? I've always wanted to do this. Let's just start uploading the VODs. So what it is Sundays are going to be the old VODs, including anything that didn't make it into a video, anything that wasn't Umineko, and then Tuesdays are going to be the stream that just happened. So this VOD is going to get uploaded on Tuesday. So if you ever want to go back and watch this, and Twitch just goes, oh hey, it's gone in 7 days. After 7 days, you can just head to my YouTube channel and just be, bam, put it on there. If I were to look in a mirror right now, I'm sure I'd see an embarrassing mark. Okay, are you dead? Or are you The Rock? Because if you're one of the two, I'm giving you a pay raise. I didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear. But I stroked the hurting side of my face anyway, trying to smooth it over. Oh, she's dead. The entire playthrough needs to be archived. It's going to be good to look back on. Yeah, well, it's going to be. I just uploading the VODs. Like I said, if I'm not uploading a VOD every day because I don't have time to upload a VOD every day. If, in order to do the stream highlights, I would only have to upload the VODs the days that I'm available to upload the VODs. So they will be archived at some point. I do not like to delete footage unless I absolutely believe that the stream was utter terrible. Or the recording. Because to be honest, what I didn't realize was that I can't treat this as streams if barely anybody's watching me. I just have to treat this as I'm recording. Because back in the day, I didn't stream, I just recorded videos. So that means I just have to act like I'm recording, and if there's nobody, there's nobody. Oh well, I'm just recording. Because I record and stream at the same time. I wonder where this is. I thought it was pitch black, but it looks like it isn't. After all, I can faintly see my own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light. But even if I looked up at the ceiling or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness, and I couldn't see a proper light. My body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a long-forgotten world. As her mind grew clearer, she started getting nervous about why she was all alone in a lonely place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, she heard the patter-patter of footsteps coming towards her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a child. She didn't sense anything disturbing, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps, so, wondering who in the world would be in a darkness like this, she stared in the direction the footsteps were coming from. As she did, a faint approaching silhouette came into view. It looked like a child much younger than Maria. Yeah, you remember that stuffed animal you said was a stuffed animal that you destroyed? Yeah, here he is now. He's gonna beat your ass now, bitch. Who is it? I don't know this kid. But the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter herself, Rosa felt as though her chest had been torn apart. She just heard that and she went, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, she felt pain in the half of her face that had started hurting from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. Without thinking, she pressed her hand against the side of her face. Ah! That's what happened. She's gonna poke her own brain.
まだ痛い。
ありがとう僕。ここはどこ？すごく寒いわ。
You're in hell.
ここにいちゃいけない。
That child took my other hand and pulled with a grim expression on his face. Rosa didn't have a clue what was going on. However, a single honest expression on a child can often tell the truth better than 100 words from an adult. She didn't know the situation, but even so, she dashed along with him, still being pulled. But this was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. It didn't even really feel like she was moving forwards. Even though she was running, she couldn't even feel any wind. It was as though she was still inside a nightmare, that kind of unreal sensation. So even though I ran so far away, song reference, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance and my legs got tangled and I fell. So have you, song reference. I think. I have to look it up now if that was a song reference. That was a song reference. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold hard floor was reality itself.
ウリュウ、大丈夫？
Every time she hears it,
ごめんなさい。
it's just, God is just going, you killed this child. When that kid said that infantile word, Uyu, pain like being struck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that the child's word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly.
ごめんなさい。そのウリュウという口癖をやめてもらえる？
ウリュウ。
Ah! Ah!
ちょっとやめてって言ってるでしょ。
Shut up, you child!
ごめんなさい。
I had the feeling that this child's apology caused a sharp pain in my forehead this time. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around this child, my head hurts.
大丈夫？
No! Get away from me! You're hurting me!
ここは行っちゃダメ。
どうしてここにいちゃダメなの？ねえ、ここはどこ？あなたは誰？あなたのママはどこ？
僕。
You are my mother.
ママだよ。
That child stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me. Who? Who is this kid? I don't remember at all.
僕のこと忘れちゃった。
Did you forget about me? Song reference. Let's go. I'm hitting them. I'm hitting them today. I got them on lock tonight. Yes, she did. Let's be frank. She did. She completely forgot about you because you're just a stuffed animal to her.
ママが僕を作ったんだよ。
Is this from my affair?
ちょっと冗談はやめて。私の子供はマリアだけよ。そうマリアはどこ？マリアはどこなの？マリア！
I suddenly grew nervous about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where is Maria? I'm only able to be me because Maria's there for me.
マリアはいるけど、今はマリアじゃない。
What?
今は会わない方がいいの。その方がママのためだし、マリアのためなの。マリアのためにも逃げて。
何を言ってるの？マリアはどこ？マリア！返事をして！
マリアに見つかっちゃう。早くこっちに来て、ママ。
Don't call me mother! The child pulled on my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria, so I stopped walking.
話してよ。大体あなたは誰よ？
Say Sakutaro. She'll know immediately.
僕を作ってくれたのはママだよ。忘れちゃったの？マリアのバースデープレゼントにするために僕を手作りしてくれたの忘れちゃったの？
Here it is. I remember.
まさかマリアの作太郎。
うん。ママに作ってもらったライオンのぬいぐるみだよ。
A fierce, sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm he had grasped with his hand. When I knocked his hand away without thinking and looked at my palm, a hole the size of a thumb had opened there and deep red blood gushed out. It was a hole so big that I could see through to the other side. Stop saying that! You're hurting me, please!
どうしたの？
Sakutaro noticed my wound and panicked. As far as I could tell by looking at him, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury. But in my eyes, it felt like I'd been injured because he grabbed my hand. Regardless of whether there was malice in him, I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly seemed eerie.
あっちへ行って。あなたなんか知らないわ。作太郎は気持ち悪い下手くそなぬいぐるみでしょ。私は知らないわよ。ママなんかじゃないわよ。あっちへ行って消えて。
Slowly, the base of Sakutaro's neck was sliced in a horizontal line. Fucking why? So, his head just got cut off. It gaped open and pitch black insides peeked out. No blood poured from it. Only an empty blackness peeked out. Then, from the insides of the gash, cotton snow poured out, and as bits of cotton scattered, he slumped over. Then, all that remained was a crumpled yellow cloth, and bits of cotton that looked like sticky crushed cotton candy. A lion stuffed animal. Without a doubt, these were the remains of the Sakutaro stuffed animal I tore apart on that day while overcome by my emotions. The instant I realized that, a long, sharp shriek that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. Why are we back here? I don't care about this anymore. We just got people dying, and now you send me back. to Sakutaro's death. Like a flood from a broken dam or like a broken TV, Maria cried out in a high-pitched voice. Her voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions in me. One was regret. Yeah, I was overcome by my emotions and went overboard. It was a mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. In actual fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized, crying. But Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, so I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, another emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly, and then it burst. After all, she refused to make up with me, even though I'd apologized, and there was nothing else I could do now anyway, and it was all Maria's fault in the first place. So I decided to take out my knife and cut off a fucking eyeball. Since she's too busy playing with stuffed animals all the time like this, she can't make any friends, and that's why people treat her like a freak. This is a perfect opportunity to give her some instinctive guidance. After all, it's not like I was pampered all the time. Everything eventually breaks, is stolen, is destroyed by someone. Even I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, mocked, and thrown away by my brothers and sister and father and mother. When I cried about that, while I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents, throw a tantrum, get mad, hit the floor and kick and make a racket. Even though I always wanted to, I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it back. It's because I held it in that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now! SpongeBob text. I'm putting the chicken in the corner in the video. At that moment, I felt something strange. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly and it finally breaks so that only the base is left. I felt pure happiness. I felt like I did what I always had to do. Kill children. But I wasn't using a tool. I'd just been repeatedly hitting Maria's head with both hands. So I looked at my hands. From my wrists onwards, my hands had broken off, splintered, and disappeared. She was crowning her the whole time, double axe handle. As though only that part of my arms had become ceramic. No, as though all of me from the wrists onwards had suddenly become ceramic and had broken and fallen. They must have gotten filled with cracks because I hit Maria too much before falling off. After all, look, aren't both of my wrists lying smashed by my feet? There was no pain, but the shocking sight of my hands breaking off from the wrists onwards made me scream. Obscene phone caller. Snap point, that's a song reference, baby. Song reference. Her hands literally broke from beating her daughter too much. Well, I mean, she did do it too much. Knowing my confusion, Maria spoke with an icy voice, slowly moving her hands away from her head, where they had been defending against my barrage. I mean, she did beat her daughter, literally, in every single fucking episode. Constantly. Consistently. Isn't this the Maria that was like, I'm gonna kill my mom? Isn't it that Maria? Rosa? You didn't want to find Maria. She looks like she's gonna kill you. Now I become the child murderer. Behind Maria's back, a black silhouette had appeared. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who? I know I don't like you, Beatrice, but I'll accept you shitting on Rosa, because Rosa is just fucking stupid. Rosa is just terrible. She's the one character that I wish death upon every time. So I'll accept you murdering her over and over and over again.
残してもよいかとか。
ママはマリアの頭を撫でるより叩く方が多いよ。絵本なんかめくってくれない。ご飯だって作ってくれない。マリアが自分で買いに行くの。でも
Facts, facts,
同
facts.
じお店に何度も
She's
行っちゃ
spitting.
いけないし、顔を覚えられてもいけない。おまわりさんに話しかけてもいけない。なんで？どうして？マリアが悪いの？マリアはママに撫でてもらったり、絵本を読んでもらったり、一緒にご飯を食べたりしちゃいけないの？
While she's busy fucking men
どうして？
from her company? Having affairs with her non-husband that doesn't exist?
ママは一緒に遊んでくれないけど、サクタラは一緒に遊んで
And you killed him.
本も読んでくれた。テレビも見てくれた。一緒にご飯も食べてくれた。ママより
You destroyed him with your own two hands that have now been demolished.
悪かったと思ってるわ。でも仕方ないでしょ。ママは仕事で忙しいのよ。仕事で。ママの仕事が忙しいのは知ってるでしょ。
Then why were you in Sapporo fucking men? Hmm?
そう。これは仕方なきこと。そなたの娘を傷つけ、心を引き裂かれ、涙に血を浮かべることさえ、これは仕方なきこと。なれば今この場にてこのようなることになるもまた、すべては仕方なきこと。さあ、マリア。母を名乗った女の言い分は以上だぞ。許せ。いいな。
No.
無罪。はたまた有罪。
Guilty.
許せない。ママは有罪だ。サクタラにママがしたのと同じ目に合わせてやる。
Oh, she's gonna rip your head off.
首の縫い目のところから引き裂いて中の綿をぶちまけて。
Maria, it's not gonna be cotton, it's gonna be blood. Maria's eyes ominously flashed blue. That instant, invisible massive arms stuck their fingernails out and tightly grasped Rosa's entire body. As the bones all over her body made a sound like twigs being stepped on, they cracked readily and broke apart. Rosa had understood vaguely. The massive arms were probably her own arms from the time she'd torn Sakutaro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, her arms certainly would have been this massive. So she could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nails stuck deep into the base of her neck, and she heard the skin tearing with her own ears. Then, as the two witches watched over her, Rosa's flesh was split into two, top and bottom. When Sakutaro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes. But in Rosa's case, something like black, thick tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even a trace of the red of blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human kept inside their body. Just pure darkness. She's like a Heartless from Kingdom Hearts.
なんと汚らわしき中身か。見事であったぞ、マリア。さあ、どうか。そなたの復讐は、これにて十分。そなたは母を許せる。いいな。無罪。有罪。
Did we already decide no?
許せない。まだまだ許せない。有罪だ。
When Beatrice brandished her pipe cane, gold butterflies seeped up and restored Rosa's broken flesh in an instant. And as I brandished my bong cane, I decided to just get high. I don't have an actual bong. That was a bit that I saw Jerma do in a video, so I did the same bit. I should probably have webcam if I'm doing that. Just so then you believe me.
一つの命で償
I've never been high in my life.
身をもって知れ。そして自らの深き罪を思い出す。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。そなたがどれほどの
Unless we count IV. And especially, unless we count, laughing gas for, like, dentist stuff.
ママは何時に帰って
Oh, I'm not high on life. I fucking hate life.
今日も仕事が忙しくて終わりになってしまうの。またお仕事でお泊まり
But I'm not getting into that.
ママのお仕事今日も大変だね。
It depends. How are we defining high on life anyway?
本当に忙しいな。もうずっと
Yeah, I'm busy. This dude's just shoving his stick into me. It's really good, but oh wait, never mind. I shouldn't be telling this to my child. Click.
次から仕事をもらえない大変な仕事なのよ。だからどうしても時間がかかっちゃうの。うん、わかってるよ。マリア、いい子でお
A better design.
お仕事いっぱい頑張って早く終わらせてお家に帰ってきてね。ママのお仕事を分かってくれてありがとう。明日美味しいケーキを買って帰ることを約束するわ。ケーキいらないよ。ケーキ屋さんによって遅くなるよりその分ちょっとでも早くママが帰ってくる方が嬉しい。大丈夫よ。早く帰ってくるわ。約束する。だから美味しいケーキを2人で
This part of the song sounds like I'm about to fight like a boss.
一緒に新しい絵本を読みましょう。この間買った狼と羊のパズルで遊びましょうね。2人で
Don't bring up the wolves and sheep puzzle. I have a bad experience with that.
約束待ってるね。お仕事頑張ってねママ。
ほうほう。寂しい話ではあるが、互いを思い合う良き親子愛ではないか。何か問題があるというのか、マリア。そしてローザ。その約束は
It doesn't matter if you kept the fucking promise.
次の日の夕方に約束通りケーキを買っていつもより早い帰宅をしたはずよ。
マリアは知ってたよ。あの日の夕方ね。ママ宛てに着払いの荷物が来たけどお財布の中のお金が足りなかったからママにどうしようって相談したくて会社に電話したの。特別な時以外はかけちゃダメって言われてたけど
That is a special time.
大切なものだったら悪いしと思って電話したの。そしたらママはお休みだって言われた。その日はずっと前からお休みに決まってて遠くへ遊びに行っているって言われた
To
の。
play
マリアは知ってたよ。ママが嘘をついてるって。ずっと知って
with another man's genitals.
でもね、サクタロがそう
Or another female's.
マリアを叱ってくれたの。
I don't discriminate.
お仕事でとても大変。マリアを放っておいて遊んでるはずなんてないって。ママはお休みって言った人はきっと何か勘違いして言ってしまったんだよって。サクタロがそう言うんだもん。マリアは信じたよ。マリアは信じた。ママ大好き。ママ大好き。もちろんママだってマリアを愛してる。愛してるって。
ええ、私もよ。愛してるわ、マリア。
Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words. Is that your child calling again? Get over here. Then she set the receiver on the bedside phone down. The dark room made the starry sky and the ground below the window stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of the terrace was a very cold wine cooler, and the one she shared a glass with was gazing at the scene below.
娘さんに旅行って話してないんですか？
行くって言って前にうるさかったんで以来言わないことにしてるんです。その方が面倒がなくていいんで。
娘さんが気になるなら無理に日程を組まなくてもよかったじゃないですか。
This dude's got a good mindset.
いつまで経っても予定が合わない
The slender, middle-aged man clad in a white robe gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted instantly to that slight reaction.
娘の話はなしにして
Let's talk about how you're gonna fit this dick in me.
私はあなたに一人の人間としても女性としても魅力を感じています。ですが、だからこそあなたの親子の事情に無理を強いてまで
Have you ever regretted saying
申
something?
し訳ないと感じています。
Because I think I just had that happen.
しないでくださいっていつも言ってるじゃないですか。あなたと二人
God, there's gonna be so many out of context
娘の
moments.
話はしないようにしてるでしょ。
This is what happens when I act like I'm just recording.
酔っ払いがバカ笑いしてなければ
I just say shit.
ここでは書けなかった。
ローザさん、こういう唐突な日程での旅行は娘さんのためにも今後は少し考えませんか。互いの日程があった時だけでいいじゃありませんか。
それじゃ全然日程が合わないじゃないですか。私はいつだって一緒にいたいのに。
それは子供の恋愛の仕方です。大人同士の恋愛はもう少しストイックであるべきですよ。
He's got a point.
時間が長く取れないことは僕も寂しいです。ですが、その限られた時間と機会で僕たちは十分に大人の恋愛を
It's great. I know, it's fantastic.
それは
Now, if you shall excuse me.
女でなく
Look, if we're gonna be in the mood, I can't be talking about children, my guy. So either you get on this bed right now and let me do my magic, or you shut the fuck up, and we ain't doing shit, and I'm pushing you off that balcony.
僕との時間を優先するために娘さんを犠牲にするのは気の毒だと申し上げたいのです。
奥さんとのより戻した
So it is an affair. I was slightly right, but with the wrong side.
妻の話はしたくない。あなたが娘さんの話をしたくないのと同じです。
子連れの女は面倒だって思ったんでしょう。
そんなこと今までに
In fact, I love that. That's my kink. Dude, I told you, leave the kinks at the door.
分かると手のひらを返す。あの子の養育費は気にしなくていいからと言ってもみんな手のひらを返す。あなたは娘のことを理解してくれてると思ったの。
He understands more than anybody else.
子連れだと言え
What the fuck is wrong with you?
そうは言っていません。
Is literally not at all what he's saying. He's saying, hey, spend more time with your daughter. I'm still here.
もっと大事にしなさい。あなた自身もそれを望んでいるはずだ。だから娘さんに嘘をついて自らを傷つけてほしくない。
Wait,
そう言ってるだけなんです。
wait, that's the father of the child?
私のことが面倒になっただけ。そうでしょ。
Why'd he say our daughter? Whoa, okay.
いいえ、わかるの。私にはわかるわ。あの子を理由に何度も捨てられた私だからわかるの。雰囲気でわかるわ。そうよ。あなたもそう。他の男たちと一緒。
Rosa, shut the
子
fuck
連れの
up.
女は嫌なのよ。バツイチは嫌なのよ。面倒なのよ。知らない男と作った子供の親になんかなりたくないんでしょ。
So are you not?
そうよね。
Then why'd you say our daughter? What the fuck is wrong with
子
you?
連れの男と付き合ったことがあるけど、その気持ちすっごい分かったの。だから娘を理解してくれるあなたとなら
He fucking does.
なのに。
Rosa is literally the dumbest character. She beats her child. That's a check mark. Can't understand conversations. That's a check mark. She probably does fucking meth and cocaine. That's a check mark.
私はとっくに女としての幸せをつかめたのよ。あんたの存在が私の幸せをいつも邪魔するのよ。
Rosa, it's called a condom. You should probably make the person having sex with you use it if you don't want children.
いいえ、違うわ。あんたと一緒に幸せな家庭を築けたらと思ったわよ。でもあんたが生まれる直前に
Do we get to meet this man?
私と温かい家庭を築くと言って私を騙し永遠に私の前から消え去ったわ。
So yes, take your anger out on the guy,
残ったのはあんた。
not the child.
愛も思い出も何もない。あの男は今どこへ。私との日々を温かな思い出に勝手に変えて新しい恋人に出会った。
Watch that he got like ran over or some shit. Like he was on the way to something and he got fucking demolished by a semi truck. And Rose is busy going, he left me. He's fucking somebody else.
好きに女を渡り歩いて武勇伝気取りなのに女には私にはあんたがいる。あんたという重しがいるのよ。あんたのせいで私は恋を探せない。愛が得られない。一人で生きていくしかない。いいえ、それさえも許されてないわ。私には一人で酔いつぶれたい夜さえ許されていない。あんたは誰？何者？私の人生を台無しにして私の新しい人生さえ許してくれないあんたは。
Some people have gone through this, and that's fucking disgusting. This is what some people have to live through. And again, that is fucking disgusting. People living through that makes me fucking bewildered.
それを前向きに受け入れようと頑張って良き母を演じてきたわ。
I'm gonna move that card.
同世代の女性たちが独身を謳歌し、時に恋に遊び、
I'm gonna move it into a different position.
私は女と母の二足のわらじを履き続けたわ。
I'm gonna shrink it down a little bit and pop it up in the corner. I'll pop it up in that corner. There we go. There, now it's not covering the whole fucking screen. I probably should have done that earlier, but screw it. In fact, let me just shrink it down a little bit more. Fuck, just there we go. Look. For Spy Family, I read the manga, so the family dynamic literally is the opposite of this throughout the whole thing. Completely. Straight up. Rosa Maria, oh, I fucking hate you. I wish you were never born. Spy Family, oh, we're just a family that got thrown together, but we're gonna act like we really fucking love each other. And it really seems like that sometimes. But that's just because I guess they're all good at acting, and then Anya's a child, so she's not gonna be like, oh, I fucking hate all you guys. This is fucking stupid. Meh, 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 meh. She's actually gonna want to be in a family because she was an orphan. She was from an adoption place.
その私の苦労を誰がねぎらったの？誰も褒めない、称えない。自業自得。気持ちはいいや。負け組の
Okay, I get it. Shit is breaking. Stone Cold can only come out so many times. Wait, what the fuck was I just reading? Yes, I've done my best. Oh, here we go. I got what I deserve. Secondhand goods. Divorcees should die. You don't want anyone who's not a virgin. I'm the one who doesn't want anything to do with you, you damn inexperienced virgin brats. What the fuck? Aren't we talking about your kid? Who are we talking about? Just anybody? I was so desperate, I probably looked like an easy woman to you. Yes, I was desperate. First of all, that should be, I look like an easy woman. There's supposed to be an N after the A. What the fuck? I missed something. Okay, so we're just talking about people in general.
後の破局は全部あんたのせい。私はあんたにそれをなじったことはあったないでしょ。男に逃げられて酔いつぶれたいその次の日があんたの授業参観。泣き晴らした目を発言賞でごまかして、あんたが的外れな発言をしてクラス中から失笑されてた時の私の気持ちなんてあんたどころか世界中の誰にもわからないでしょうよ。あんたが嫌い、大嫌い。そしてこれまでにあんたを本当に愛したことなんて。
And until now, so you're saying that you love her now. That should be an even if it's saying I never loved you once. Maria's face was still stiff. If the words really had been blades, Maria's whole body would probably be stained red with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Sakutaro, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth. God, what I really needed in Umineko once again was the fucking depression. She's in heat right now. All she wants is penis. Another regretful thing that I said. Add a check mark to that. Oh, wait. Thumbnail. Rosa, you will fear the anger and rage of 1,000 moons and suns. And hell, you might as well throw Neptune in there for good luck. Did the head get ripped off now? As Rosa howled in a way that could only be described by the word splat, her upper body was crushed. Okay, I read that with the wrong infliction. I thought that they were describing the howl as splat, but it must be her upper body getting crushed. And in an instant became something similar to a wrung blood-stained towel. Even though Rosa's waist and below was standing normally, just the upper half of her body had been pinched, and that extreme contrast was bizarre. Then she fell over, but the instant she fell, her body was restored. Oh, she's gonna make you feel that 1,000 times. She laughs like I do. Oh God, don't tell me that means I'm gonna start abusing a child. Maria's howl was adorned with the ugly sound of flesh and bone being crushed at the same time, as Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lay spread-eagled. A neat, perfect circle was cut out of her chest and crushed as though her chest had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. It may have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today. No, I need more! And I need to stretch. I gotta stay active. When Beto waved her cane, the body was restored again, and Rosa sat up, coughing violently in apparent pain. I still need to stretch some more, so... Alright, now... Alright. Now we're good again. Alright. Sometimes sitting in this chair for a real long time sucks. It's you know, it's a normal gaming chair, a gamer chair, but still, it's sitting down for a long period of time. I don't like just sitting. I like doing things. I have borderline ADHD, which means that certain things I can do, like I can focus on stuff. But if all of a sudden that stuff starts getting, like, real boring and I've been focusing on it for a real long time, I need to start doing shit. Because I'm, like, tired of it. Did I read that? I think I did. When Beto waved her cane, the body was restored again, and Rosa sat up, coughing violently in apparent pain. There, I read it. And once again, she spat out curses, rejecting Maria. Hey, reading creepy books is fun. If I had a Necronomicon in front of me, I'd be reading the hell out of that thing. I read H.P. Lovecraft. Those are creepy. Creepy books are fun. In fact, there was something I was going to do that I forgot to do. So I'm just going to do it now. And this may be a mistake. This could be a mistake, and I might, like, Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? This might be a mistake that I do, but I want proof. I am tired of sitting around saying ghosts aren't real and wanting to believe in ghosts, but anytime something spooky happens in a video, in the ghost shows that I watch, hell, even in real life, I can still explain it. There'll be stories on Reddit. I can explain that in 5 seconds. I want definitive proof. So you know what? I'm gonna say this out loud right now. I need to dust the hell out of everything down here. That's not what I was gonna say. I'm just looking at my mouse cord and it is caked in dust. Number 2. Any ghost that's in this house, any spirit, not demon. I'm not gonna fuck with a demon, okay? But any spirit, any good or neutral spirit, I am inviting you to do anything. Anything to prove to me that you're real. I'm inviting any ghost, spirit, not demon, ghost, spirit, to do anything. I'm inviting you to do that. To prove to me that you're real. Not to the other people that are here in this house, just to me. I'm inviting you to do that. Ghost, spirit, not demon, not malevolent spirit or ghost. Seems fair. So we'll see what happens. Because I do not believe in you. I do not believe in ghosts. Or else had she been taken over by an indescribable emotion. And I will also say the other people in this house think there's a ghost here. But I haven't. They're like, oh yeah, this place is haunted. I haven't seen it. Oh, maybe for a stream I'll fuck around with a Ouija board. Made by Hasbro, so it's not a real Ouija board, it's a toy. It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet it was a reality that had to be accepted. I feel like I regret saying that now. I feel like something's going to happen and I'm going to, like, die. But I specifically said no demons or malevolent spirits. Only good or neutral. Maria knew. She knew that she was thought of as a burden. But even though she herself had known that, she didn't believe it. She believed that her mother loved her and had done her best to positively interpret several events that could have made her doubt this. I don't know why, but I started feeling cold. I swear to God, I just freaked myself out. I have a Bible down here. Trusting and clinging to her mother's love. But she had no one except Mama. Even so, she really did like Mama, and wanted to return to the days when she believed that Mama loved her. It got really cold down here, so I howled. I'm not gonna howl again. That was a once-in-a-lifetime moment, and it's never gonna happen again. Oh my God, we're not gonna do a fucking another Phasmophobia bit, are we? I swear to God, if I see some shit. If something happens, I'm ending the stream immediately. So if this stream just ends without me saying that, I'm not... You want me to... You really want me to howl. This is something that we want. This is something that we want. I've not seen any... Ghost orbs for me is probably just my eyes being fucked up. I'm gonna be honest. I see a lot of shit. But no, I have not seen any orbs. I think my eyes are just messed up from staring at, like, computer screens all day. But howling is what we want. We want that. We stand that here. Me howling. I think I need confirmation from the other guy, Mokai, that we need this howl. We need this. Because I can recreate this. We need this. Okay. First of all, let me confirm that I'm not seeing ghost orbs. Because I don't know how I would even see it in the first place. I honestly think it's just my eyes moving too fast. And it's shadows. Or like something will move across the computer screen. Or like reflect against something. And it also reflects against my glasses. Because I don't have like randomly just dust flying in front of me. And I have like cataracts or something. But I think that's what it is. Who knows? Maybe if I go to the eye doctor in next year, they'll be like, dude, you got like glaucoma. Alright, time to recreate the bit. Let me... Alright. Okay. So I howled. Oh! Alright, there, I did it. Alright, we're moving past it. I'll erase all of it. You know what? Somehow that fits exactly what I want to do now with this entire stream. I want to erase all of it. We're just moving past it. I won't accept it. This is fitting my mood right now. This is exactly fitting my mood right now. I'll deny it. I'm not a furry. I am not a furry. Look. how is this fitting exactly what I'm thinking right now? I'll deny the mother who says these things, the black witch who makes her say them. Black as in evil or black as in race? Because we might be getting racist here. You know what? Here we go. Here's how I get out of people saying I'm a furry. I'll just bring racism into the mix. And the part of myself that can't forgive my mother. But I can't deny it. Okay, now we're done talking about me being a furry, because I can deny it. This is real. I'm digging myself into a hole. This is reality, fact, the truth, the answer. Without any mistake, this is absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over in the dark world that reflected her heart, rang the ugly sound of flesh and bone being torn apart, which would make anyone want to cover their ears. Each time Beatrice revived Rosa, she dragged her back into the world of endless torture, which could not be escaped from even by death. This was the true deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made for endless... However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will. Because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, she asked the same question to Maria. Sorry, I follow J-List, and I just saw a video that they decided to put on there, and it's fucking wild. I'm checking Twitter to see if anybody DM'd me some shit, because I'll get DM messages that are just, oh hey, you want a job for this shady company that will give you $10 to $200 an hour, depending? And it's like, I'm not gonna start at $10 an hour. The fact that you put 10 on there, put it something higher than 10. That's less than minimum wage. That's a fucking scam. And they put everybody into it. Sadistic Maria? Nice touch. I like. She's finally getting her receipts in. Rosa does not care. Okay, both of them are sadistic. Revive over and over again. Return to a meat lump over and over again. I got, like, goosebumps now for some reason. I'm, like, real cold now. That doesn't prove anything. This basement that I'm in is always cold. So if that was proof, Ghost, it sucks. In various ways, she crushed, smashed, beat, and tore to bits. And spirit. Flying blood spattered and flesh turned the once pitch-black world into a world with mixed red and black. Maria's anger still hadn't calmed down. It was as though she was spitting out all of the suppressed rage from the time of her birth until today. If that all became poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Would even this wasteful murder save her soul at least a little bit? This endless torture might have become a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she'd finally been able to regain her smile. I'm gonna say this now. We're bringing up a topic I don't want to bring back up. If I become a furry, I'm blaming this fucking moment. I'm blaming the fucking howl that I did if I become a fucking furry. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna blame this exact moment. I'm gonna be wearing a fursuit like 5 years down the line. I'm gonna be watching this part right here, and I'm gonna be sitting there going, man, I fucking called it. First of all, it wouldn't be a wolf, it would be a fox. But, alright, go ahead, do it. I don't care. I don't care. That's your money, not mine. I swear. If I become a furry, I'm gonna be like real annoyed at this one specific moment, because this just projected everything into my life. This one specific moment. Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out and black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered. Her old chest, along with her ribs, turned inside out, exposing her filthy innards. All of them writhed like some kind of impure creature. So my death quota does not need to get fulfilled for the next episode. I've had enough of it. In fact, I need you to stop killing. Rosa couldn't laugh anymore, but her face was laughing. It was filled with a twisted laugh and covered with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice. Next, I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it, I'll crush it, I'll tear it to bits. Oh, nope. That's the thumbnail. Fuck the previous thumbnail. This one's the thumbnail. This is a fucked image. Hey, promise for next Sunday, more stream, potentially. I won't break the promise unless I have to because something extreme happened. There might be a stream on Christmas, still not sure. I'm gonna put that into the universe right now. There might be a stream on Christmas. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what it would even be. You know, I have an idea of what it would be. But I won't tell you. Not until I get more of a way to do it. I'm gonna have to test something for the one stream that I can do. So, that's fun. That's fun. I have an idea. That's always good. And it'd make use of something that I bought a very long time ago back in high school. Which was over 4 years ago. Does that mean you don't exist? Oh, wait, never mind. Fixed. Oh, she doesn't want to be fixed. She likes being broken. You know what? I know you're not going to chant it, so I'll start doing it for you. Delete! 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 Okay, I'm starting to think episode 4 kind of picked up a little bit. That's why I think about every episode until I get to the next one and then I'm like, man, that episode wasn't that good.
真の魔女の世界の入り口に立ったからだ。ようこそマリア。深遠な、そして甘美なる魔女の世界。
I'm just realizing I literally can't form a theory on this because this isn't even the murders. This has nothing to do with the murders. It probably has some, like, significant purpose, but, like, there's no theory I'm gonna make for this. As far as I know, Kinsel's the one killing people in this one, and that's it. We can figure everything out later. In fact, I already did. He had a gun, and he shot everybody's face off. And he knocked out everybody else who was in the room. And dragged him into a cage. Maria would probably forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times. Graciously. Are we back on the island? Or back on the island in terms of we're away from this? Here we are.
でけえな、今の落雷は。近いんじゃねえか。
みたいだね。いくつになっても落雷にはビクッとさせられるね。
Badler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. I'm not that scared of thunder, to be honest. Every once in a while, a pale white lightning bolt would shine, and he seemed to be enjoying it. I'm scared of very loud noises. I have a phobia of that. That is an actual phobia of mine. Loud noises. If I hear a loud noise, just all of a sudden, I immediately get panicky. I'm like, I need to get the fuck away from wherever I just was because something's gonna happen. I'll literally be standing maybe out in a parking lot about to go in my car. It's like 4th of July night. Bam! Big firework. And I'm like, okay, I need to get in my car. I can't, like, do anything else. I need to get in my car and I need to leave. I don't know why. I'm just am. So if there's, like, real loud thunder and you can just hear it like you were outside, that will make me just be a little panicky. Like, a little panic attack. Just a tiny amount. Not where I can't do anything, but where I'm like, okay, I don't want to be here anymore. That's why I hate people yelling directly into my ear. I wouldn't like anybody blowing an air horn into my ear. She's imagining it right now. She's daydreaming about murdering her mother over and over again. Yeah, she literally just dreamed about it. My mother's dead.
なんだよ、俺のせいかよ。悪いな、マリア。寝てていいぞ。おやすみな。
Maria was a bit hazy with drowsy eyes. She was probably half asleep and couldn't think straight.
もういい。寝ない。
いいから寝てろって。まだ寝ぼけてるぜ。
寝ぼけてない。
なんだよ、もろに寝ぼけてるじゃねえか。寝てろ寝てろい。
Sleep! Sleep, damn it! Sleep!
よせってバカバトラ。もう寝起きの子の機嫌を悪くするなんてバカだな。
寝ぼけてない。寝ぼけてないもん。
Yeah, this kid's still annoying.
わかってるよ、マリアちゃん。寝ぼけてなんかないよ。だから落ち着いて。
We got it, we got it, we got it. Not half asleep. We got it. Maybe it was because of her delicate mental state after waking up, but Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. Badler had only been trying to tease her a bit, so he was confused by this extreme overreaction. George held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum was going to be quelled easily. Badler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying, it's your fault. It's your fault, too.
ほら二人とも静かにして
Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to calm down a kid here. Don't you repeat anything I say, Maria.
ジェシカちゃんポットにまだお湯があったよねお茶でも入れてあげてくれる
Oh, I thought he was gonna dump hot water on
マ
her.
リアちゃん
To be honest, that's what I would do. It looked like her tantrum was dying down, bit by bit, but she still glared at Badler and made fun of her with sharp eyes.
バトラ君も
Badler, you are next. In her dream, she's killing you.
マリアちゃんが寝ぼけてるなんて思ってないよだから落ち着いてね
George noticed. Maria was staring at Badler with incredible eyes. What the fuck you want, kid? And despite having just displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. The fuck do you want, kid? Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while thinking about, or else counting each he. As though each time she said he, something brutal would happen over and over. George felt something creepy for just an instant, but he couldn't spot the madness that peeked out of the depths of the girl's eyes for just a moment. After a short period of stunned silence on George's part, Maria stopped her bizarre quiet laugh and pushed George's arms aside as though telling him to let go. The fuck do you want, kid?
そうマリアちゃんは
What do you know?
バトラ君マリアちゃんが許してくれたよ仲直りしてああ悪いなからかって許してくれ
Do you know what I have in the closet?
仲直りの印にカフェオレ作ってやったぜ砂糖いっぱい入ってるから甘いぜいらないでも許すよ魔女だからね
One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. I think she knows I have R. Kelly in the closet. That's a song reference. I'm fucking firing on all cylinders right now. But it was only for a few short time. So Badler and Jessica didn't think much of it. That whenever the English on here is like not grammatically correct, it confuses me. They decide to think that. And it probably only looked that way when the lightning lit her cheek with a pale white light for an instant. At that time, they could hear the sound of loud footsteps coming from the hall. It was already about 10:30 late at night. Late at night is usually a time when you aren't supposed to be disturbed. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was far from calming. Then, along with a clearly ominous knock that repeated fiercely, they could hear Goda and Kumasawa's voices. That clearly told them that this was an abnormal situation. Open this fucking door! We're getting murdered out here! Open! Open!
ゴーダでございます熊沢でございますよご無事でございますか皆さんどうしたものやらどうしたものやら
When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella. Look, we don't know. Kids don't just start killing like 6 of these people, and then we don't know what happened. All the rest were just fucking leaving.
それが親方様が旦那様が皆様方が
Not the moon rabbits. They came from the moon. Why play it for like 5 seconds? It was a pitch black room. There was no windows, and the weak light bulb, one could just barely make out the state of things around them. So, we're on a new chapter. Are they dead yet? No. Fuck, I didn't mean to right click. Wait, I can right click. I can right click and it exits. Anybody fully dead? I don't know why I'm checking Anne's side. I haven't seen her for 8 years. Let me check the tips and the grimoire. Yep, the Ushuromiya, yep. Okay, we're good. Alright, we got that. We read all that. I think I read that. It appeared to be an old, forgotten underground storage room with some kind of dusty furniture haphazardly thrown into it. Is it haphazardly or haphazardly? Even with just a little light, one could make out that it probably wasn't a storage room. After all, that room was sealed off with iron bars.
どこなの？
わからん。ここは屋敷の地下なのか。食堂の真下にこんな部屋があったのか。
They had dropped into what appeared to be a pit falling into this room. Therefore, it was natural to assume that this room was directly under the dining hall. However, not even Kraus could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in his beloved dining hall where he had enjoyed his meals for years, and that this dungeon-like room lay directly beneath it. But the ceiling above was of crude stone craftsmanship, and they couldn't understand how they could have fallen from somewhere up there. Not all 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing. No, all 5 people. I thought said not. Although they had the sensation of falling into a pit. There was no way there could be pitfalls on the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly under. But the truth was that they actually had fallen into this place and were locked in. So, they were confused.
あの高さから落ちて誰も怪我をしなかったのは幸運かもしれませんな。シャノン、カノン、君たちはこんな部屋の存在は知っていたかね？
No.
いいえ、僕たちも。
Why would they know? Would there be any reason for them to go down there?
本当に？
本当です。本当にこんな。
Granted, it's smart to suspect that they would know because they're Kinzo's servants. Despite their age, Kyrie apparently wouldn't have found it odd if they, as servants allowed to wear the one-winged eagle, might know of the mansion's secret tricks. There was a long silence as if Kraus was evaluating their answer.
いや、シャノンたちが知らないのは事実だろう。
Hmm.
何しろ、綺麗好きのシャノンと彼女がこの部屋を知っていたなら、もっとピカピカに磨き上げているだろう。この部屋の汚さが、君たちがこの部屋を知らないことの証だ。
Yeah, there'd be no reason for them to. A dungeon is not supposed to be clean, despite what you may think, Kraus.
その通りです。
It's supposed to make you want to kill yourself and not want to be there because you're in fucking dungeon.
救急にも早く電話をしなければ。
Nanjo's words were hollow. Obviously, 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. Everybody had seen the exact moment when they'd been killed. And since half of their heads had been destroyed, anyone could tell that the deaths had been instant with just a single glance. Everyone understood that first aid no longer held any meaning.
ありがとう、南條先生。私たちは伴侶がもう生きてはいないことを理解できてる。気休めでも救急と言い添えてくれてありがとう。
Look, Nanjo or Ajnan, even I would know. Once again, a gloomy silence dominated the atmosphere. Even I would know because half of their skull was caved in and their brains were leaking out. At that point, you kind of have to assume that they're fucking dead. But Kraus shook his head harshly over and over, and for the time being, decided to forget the pain of losing his wife and to dedicate himself to figuring out where they were.
みんな聞きたまえ。
Kraus taking charge.
親父はもうダメだ。口で言って理解や説明が求められる段階にもうない。
Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant. And Kinzo, who had been so bold as to proclaim that we'd become sacrifices for a ceremony involving 13 murders, since we've been locked up in this place, we too will probably become the ceremony's next sacrifices soon. Around this time, our eyes became used to the darkness, and bit by bit we were able to understand more about the dungeon's interior. Wait, who are the 2 people who are close? Because that's the next Twilight. The next Twilight is the ripping apart the 2 people who are close. That would have to be Shannon and Cannon. Because they're the ones that would be the closest. What we thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out not to be furniture at all. There were things like small cages to lock people in, restraints, or else torture racks. At any rate, it was obvious that it was eerier than a mere jail cell. Since the objects were rusted together and coated in thick dust, there was no doubt that they had been forgotten. Maybe you could even call these things Kinzo-sealed and forgotten madness. However, we had been locked away in this room. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm. It's probably in the other mansion.
とにかくここを抜け出そう。
Anyone know how to lockpick?
私たちは伴侶や友人を失い、涙を流すことに時間を費やしたいが、今はそれ以上に子供たちの身が心配だ。
お子様方はご無事でしょうか。
祈るしかない。そういえば。
Yeah, they booked it. They're with the children, so the children are safe currently until they get teleported, because they stopped. And Gap, the clothing store, can just snap her fingers again and have them disappear.
熊沢さんは経験豊富で落ち着いてるし、きっと力になってくれると思います。
Shannon and Krause smiled bitterly a little, but they quickly realized how improper that was and stopped, clearing their throats. Alright, mister, I am going to be cynical and pessimistic over here. Oh, they're probably already dead. There's no point. What we need at this point is hope, Canon, and I hoped you would understand that. Yeah, who are the two? True, but still, that doesn't make sense. Kairi coldly analyzed the worst-case scenario, for it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. But right now, the most important thing was protecting that husband's son, along with the other children from becoming the insane family head sacrifices. Don't forget, Kairi, he's technically your son now, too. So, it should be protecting your son. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect children from sorrow. It seemed that both Kairi and Krause were strong enough to forget about their grief, if only for the time being. They would let their tears flow later. In order to protect the children, they had to act.
とにかくここを脱出しよう。相当古い牢屋のようだ。なんとか鉄格子を破れないだろうか。室内をくまなく探して脱出手段を探してみよう。ここにはガラクタがいろいろあるわ。何か役に立つ。
I mean, you literally just said there were. Granted, they're rusted to shit, but you could find something. Kairi pulled a lighter from her pocket. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching in this dim dungeon. There's the lighter again that proved that Kairi would only light the cigarettes. Oh god, I just got reminded that Beatrice fucking helped search for that fucking lighter, didn't she? And that was the episode that really broke my sanity. I'm not trusting Nanjo. He drinks a potion, he becomes Ajne, and he stabs every one of you in this room. If anything, Kinzo's using him. To be honest, yes, he drugged your food. That's exactly what I kind of thought. He drugged the food made them faint and then he shot
あ
him.
の食堂の地下というのはありえないことなのよ。
どうしてありえないってわかるんですか？
It's too big.
姉さんはバカだな。この地下牢は食堂
Oh, apparently it's too small.
その通り。1番目に落とされたのはクラウス兄さん。2番目が私。クラウス兄さんはこの部屋に落ちてきた時、その場を動いたかしら。
お恥ずかしながら落下の痛みでうめいていたよ。
How's it embarrassing? You fell.
キリエさんがすぐに落ちてきたんだ。
食堂でのクラウス兄さんと私の立ち位置と落下時の落下場所の距離。
Kyrie proving again why she has the big brain.
確かに言われてみればその通りです。その次に落ちたのは私だから、お二人の位置関係はよく覚えている。
And you falling made me laugh like I never did before during this series.
私たちは落とし穴に落ちてダイレクトにここに落下したわ。集合する下水道管みたいに一度集められてからここに落ちたわけじゃない。落下は一瞬だったでしょ。そんな凝った排水管みたいな穴を転がされた覚えはないわ。
確かに落とし穴では説明がつかんな。おかしな話だ。
それとキリエ様のおっしゃる人間を即座に混沌させる毒というのはどう関係があるんですか？
God, Shannon, you really are dumb.
食堂に落とし穴なんかなかったとお考えなんじゃないかな。
しかし現に私たちは落ちたぞ。
落とし穴に落ちたような気がするが正解よ。無理もないわ。そうとしか例えられない体験だったから。
なるほど。つまりこうおっしゃいたいわけですな。私たちは落とし穴に落とされたのではなく、例えば毒矢のようなもので撃たれ、瞬時に意識を。
Does the drug theory come back that Kinzo released drugs with the butterflies?
落とし穴に落ちたよと思い込んでしまっているのかもしれないと。なるほど。食堂に無数の落とし穴が仕掛けられていて、我々がそれに何十年も気づかず食事をしていたとするよりは、よほど説得力のある話だ。
姉さん、時計はある？
No, but I do have a watch crown.
懐中時計があるわよ。22時40分くらいね。
No, it's 11:45. It's not even 10:40 anymore. You're like an hour and 5 minutes behind.
十数分も時間を経過させてないってことになる。
私の時計も同様だ。我々が混沌させられて、どこかへ担ぎ込まれたと。
Dude, that happens to me.
時間の経過が短すぎる。
Well, to be honest, if you're listening to this out loud,
やはり我々は食堂の
I did the same to you. When I invited that ghost, all of you got it.
考えるのが妥当だ。
That's what happens. But no, that's what happens to me. I'll take one off, I'll set it down somewhere, and it just goes. It's just gone. And then, like, 5 minutes later, I'll be walking somewhere, I look, and it's right where I would have seen it, and I put it back in. And I'm like, okay, well, oh well, it's there now. So yeah, that does happen. Granted, I know exactly why my reason is. It's because I'm blind. I can't find stuff half the time. I own a cat too, but I don't blame anything on them. I blame everything on science. We'll see. You know what? If I ever find out where you live, I'm gonna go to your house and summon a demon. And we'll see who's immune to ghosts.
なるほど。広大な森の中のどこかに隠されていると噂される。親父どもの
I just realized that with the stream highlights, there's gonna be a lot of messages I'm gonna have to screenshot and put in the video.
ここを脱出して外へ出れば
Just so then people get context.
それを詮索するのは
I don't know that. You know what? I know exactly what demon I'm gonna try to summon. I'll let Kyrie speak. I don't know, you tell me, because I'm gonna summon... I'm summoning him. Will it have side boob? I mean, if you want, I could try and summon Gap, but I'm at least gonna try and summon Renov, because he's a great demon. Love Renov. But I'm not gonna deny you Gap if you wish to have Gap. But I'm aiming for Renov. I'm gonna be honest, if we absolutely need to for the video, I can Photoshop Renov's face on her. But that's if we need to. And that's if I fucking remember to. To be honest, that's if I remember. I probably will, because I rewatched this whole stream and write notes to what I want to add in. That's why all the edits are good, is because I specifically write down what I want the edit to be. I don't just go off the handle. I have to plan shit in order to get it good. Speaking of that, it's about this time that I look at how well the videos do. How well the videos do. Not bad, not bad. I watched Mr. GG video. Mr. GG, my bad. I said Mr. Can't do the hard R in there. Mr. GG, and he had one of those Crossing Canyon tried wiggling the bars in various ways. I hate the fact that I have to read and cut off my own sentence. I mean, I could always just hit H and just read it. But he like bought a like light up thing, or one of his friends did, for like an Instagram ad video. And he could display his own like sub count and view number that updates. Hell, I was thinking about getting it, just throwing it in the background for any game that's not this, because this game I feel like doesn't need face cam. Even though you could see my reactions, I feel like the story itself is good enough to not need face cam. Potentially. I don't know. I don't like doing face cam all too much. I'll do it if need be, but I don't see a reason to, unless I need to film like a stupid live action bit. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few had enough space to rattle a little bit around in, but they couldn't be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. It was still far too early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle, and it was better for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there's no doubt they'd once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved one and curl up clutching their knees. You couldn't find a single thing. How the fuck did none of you notice the telephone? There's a telephone in the room, and after going, yeah, we didn't find anything. Oh wait, there's a phone. Is Kairi gonna lockpick? Kraus and Kairi laughed together at how they hadn't even thought of using the phone as a means of communication. Probably because you understand the fact that it's probably not connected. I'm not gonna point it out, but there is something in the corner. At that point, Shannon let out a small, surprised cry. Okay. That's very weird. It was like when people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, the tip of it being swallowed by the wall. And just looking at it, there was no reason to assume that it wasn't hooked up. But to think that it was actually was. But to think that it was actually was. Kyrie took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. Certainly the electric hum of a phone was a familiar sound. And this phone was certainly live. This seems like a scam. This seems like a trap. As soon as you pick it up, Kinzo's gonna know. They're awake. Fucking kill them.
そんな細工するくらいなら普通は電話線を切断するわ。電柱が本気で見落とした可能性が高い。気づかれたら今度こそ電話線を切断されるかもしれないわ。警察への通報を盗聴されて何も困ることはないのだし。
Surely that was true. The point of a wiretap is to overhear some important piece of information. But the way things were right then, she couldn't think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that might be troublesome to have overheard. Kyrie instantly concluded that was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap. It's back in the corner. I thought I was going to read that. I thought I had to read that. I thought I had to read that. Just so you know, YouTube, it's a work of art. Cannon raced off towards the iron bar, silenced his breathing, and strained his ears. Kind of feels like such a... if she's last right. I know. Kyrie is like... I don't... Man, every episode, the character list just changes with who's the best character. The last episode, when Ava was busy having the Cheister sisters try and kill Kyrie and Rudolph. Not the Cheister sisters. It was some of the fucking stakes. I don't remember which ones. Kyrie and Rudolph were like top tier characters at that point because they were throwing one-liners. They were going insane. One of the thumbnails of one of my videos is Kyrie, and it's my favorite image from this game because she just looks maniacal. One of the comments in that video was talking about how insane Kyrie is like waifu Kyrie, and I was like, yeah, I agree with that one. She was just a different beast in that episode. Anytime she lives, she's just a different beast. As everyone present watched her, Kyrie dialed 110. However, she pushed the hook down and redialed many times. It didn't seem to be working very well.
110番は0110じゃないの？うまくかからない。
貸したまえ。私がかけよう。
Cross took the receiver in Kyrie's place and tested various things. But in the end, they were unable to notify the police. The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Did this mean that they were not so naive? No, you can just call all around. You just can't call from the outside. Kyrie let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As cool thinking as she was, for a brief moment she may actually have had the naive hope that the phone might actually work. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even a single moment. Then she remembered just what was happening here. Truth be told, even after being shown a scene like that right before her eyes, or rather exactly because of that, she still couldn't think of that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it, and more that she didn't want to. Ushura Miyakinzo killed 6 family members. He summoned strange witch-like, demon-like people right out of thin air. And which something like magic began to kill people one after another. The side boob returns! It's just all so screwed up. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that spectacle.
そんなことあるわけがない。あれはきっとお父様の友人か何か。それがあらかじめ食堂のどこかに隠れている。
Where would they have hidden in the dining room? Under the table? I hit my PC tower, and I was like, thought for a second I just hit the fucking power button, but I didn't. I was like scared for a split second that I hit that fucking power button. But when those 6 had their heads blown apart, I forgot I still had auto on. But when those 6 had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. That had truly looked like magic. Was that another thing we just saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. It was definitely some kind of setup. Since those heads were smashed, there's no doubt it was some kind of explosion. Or explosive. For example, a styrene toy plane like they sell at candy stores painted gold, and with a powerful explosive loaded onto the end of it. However, though it had seemed to be flying about at random, Kyrie couldn't imagine that after being fired 6 times, each time it perfectly hit the victim square in the head one after the other. It couldn't be that there was a computer control system for finding and hitting targets, making it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a guided missile, right? I mean, probably. It's fucking Kinzo. Yes, a number of mysterious people appeared out of thin air. 6 people had their heads demolished by a mysterious golden flying object, and the 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls, or else put to sleep by some fainting poison dart. The family conference started a bit after 2200. It's only been a bit more than 30 minutes since then. Most likely, even though I witnessed it myself, that event took place in such a short period of time, so I still can't understand it, and I still can't come to grips with it. For argument's sake, even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for anybody to accurately explain what we saw. Even though I saw it just now, my brain's fried and I have no confidence in what I saw myself. Kyrie tried her hardest to cheer herself out of her overwhelming confusion, to just hold on to her sanity. Kraus started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and resetting the dial. Kraus had also been feigning composure, but he was unable to hide his panic. The more he retried the dial, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. I don't know what's going on anymore. That's just me in general with this whole fucking game. So, Kyrie, don't worry, we're on the same level right now. Kyrie couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were a dream. At that time, the look on Kraus's face changed. Oh, he got it. He got it. Oh, I thought he was actually able to call the police. I don't care about the internal line. The guest house. Gotta make sure you gotta make sure the kids are good. Oh no, she's dead. She's dead. She's fucking dead, dude. Kraus choked on his words. Kraus had clearly seen Natsu's head crushed, had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Kraus began to fret over whether he should tell her now or not, and lost his words. But even that was an answer under these circumstances. Jessica's voice was filled with tears. Kraus was certain now. Jessica and the rest had heard everything start to finish after meeting up with Goda and Kumasawa at the guest house. When they learned that 6 people had been killed, they must have been anxious to rush over to the dining hall. Luckily, he'd been able to call before they'd stormed off towards the mansion. Kraus was relieved at this good timing during such a tragedy.
ここには今キリエさんと南條先生それにシャノンとカノンがいる地下牢のようなところに閉じ込められているが心配するな
Don't worry, we're working on a way to get some. We're gonna get out. All right, somewhere.
あいにく私たちにもここが
And you better not leave that fucking guest house.
食堂の真下だと思っているがそうでないかもしれないとにかくジェシカはそこを出てはならんゴーダたちから経緯は聞いているかおじい様は今正常な
Why'd they censor killed? It's like they know I'm streaming.
殺されるかもしれない私
Never mind, they didn't censor that one.
絶対に思ってはならんぞこっちはこっちで何とかする
Exist. Find a gun.
ジェシカそんな言葉を使ったら母さんが悲しむぞ
Whatever, she's dead.
言葉を使うのじゃない
Maria's over there with the biggest shit-eating grin on her face. I can feel
お前
it.
たちは身の安全を最優先にしろゲストハウスを戸締まりするんだしかし過信はできない1階のラウンジの大窓は破られるかもしれないその部屋にとどまりベッドを立てかけ
What about food?
その部屋にはトイレも冷蔵庫もあるな明日の朝までは籠城できるはずだ
Apparently they filled that bitch up.
くれぐれも物騒なことは考えるな母さんの仇を取ろうなんて絶対に考えるんじゃないぞ相手を刺激せず隠れてやり過ごすことだけを考えるんだ
I don't see no fridge. Is there TV in there? I need entertainment. After that, Goda took the phone and was firmly told to supervise the kids well as an adult. Goda, with his face covered in a cold sweat, repeatedly replied, yes sir, in an excessively tense voice. From there, Kyrie took the receiver and spoke with Badler, and when Shannon and Cannon got their turns, George and Jessica answered. Following that pattern, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all members of both sides took the receiver in turns, confirming that everyone was safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and encouraging each other coming to an understanding on the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Krause explained that they would be hanging up for now, and those in the guest house consented. Alright, let me look up something. Damn. Oh, wait! Damn! Never mind. Seinfeld didn't air yet. I can't watch Seinfeld if there was even a TV in here, so fuck this. I'll just jump out the window. Plus, it's an American sitcom, so I don't know if they would have it in Japan. Imagine Japanese Seinfeld. I'm gonna have to look that up now.
分かったよ父さんやカノン君たちが無事だっただけでも儲けもんってやつ私たちも頑張る父さんたちもどうか無事で
With that, the phone call ended. They have a Japanese dub of Seinfeld. Goda and the rest of the men quickly descended to the first floor, closed the shutters, and secured the sturdy locks on the doors, and I'm going to have to watch it eventually. However, just as Krause had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the first floor lounge. If someone broke that, it'd be easy to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hadn't hesitated at committing murder, to invade the first floor.
おじい様たちは武装している可能性が高い
So you're in the lounge?
部屋にト 閉じこもるのが最善かつ唯一の籠城方法になるね。自ら密室に閉じ
Grab some liquor.
ないのは苦しいところだけど、
There's some behind that bar.
銃を持っていたらそれしか方法がない。
親方様は実銃のコレクションをお持ちとの話です。そう、あれは銃だ。銃だったんだ。だとしたら恐ろしい威力の銃だ。
I mean, if it's a rifle point blank, it would have
できません。
destroyed them.
頭を砕くなんてすげえ威力だぜ。マグナム弾とかそういう類のやつかもな。下手な扉なら平気で貫通するかもしれねえな。だとすればますますに部屋に籠城するべきだね。ベッドを立てかけて窓も塞ごう。そこまですればいくら銃を持っていても踏み込むことはできないはず。くそ、そんな受け身な防戦一方しかねえのかよ。
Badler, what do you want to do? You want to... Do you have a weapon?
キリエさんまで捕まえたなんて、こいつは高くつくぞ。クソじじいめ。
無理です。あんな連中に太刀打ちできるわけがありません。しかも親方様だけでなく手下も何人も。あるいはあんな連中がもっといるかも。あいつらは一体何なんだ。
Badler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph, and to rush out of here to save Kyrie. But just by looking at how terrified Goda was, there was no doubt to him that this would be reckless.
兄貴だって悔しいだろ。なのにここで籠城なんて。
I mean, yeah, both of his parents fucking died. They're fucking dead, dude.
僕だって悔しいよ。両親を殺されて冷静でいられるわけがない。でもだからこそ冷静にならなくちゃいけない。僕たちが無駄に命を落とすようなことを殺された親たちが望むと思うかい。思うわけがない。せめて子供だけは逃げ延びてほしいと願ってるはずだ。だから僕は生き残るよ。そして警察に通報し全てを暴く。仇は法廷が取る。それが僕の復讐だ。
My revenge is putting them in life for prison. Maybe giving them the fucking death sentence, firing squad style.
そうだろう。そうだな。
I'll lynch them like that rabbit gets lynched.
クソじじいめ。何か儀式だ。俺たちがそのための生贄だって言うなら意地でも逃げ切ってその儀式を台無しにしてやるぜ。それでいいよ。それにバトラ君にはまだキリエさんがいる。僕にだってシャノンがいる。とにかく慎重に行動してチャンスを待とう。僕たちの不用意な行動は囚われの彼らに不利益を与える可能性だってあるんだから。人質か。でもじいさまはきっとキリエさんたちを生贄にするために捕らえたわけだろう。俺たちが助けなきゃ殺されるのを待つだけじゃないのか。彼らが捕らえられている地下牢がどこにあるかもわからない。シャノンもカノン君も。
Well, it has to be somewhere. Like, you can have an idea of in the mansion, underground,
秘
probably.
密の場所にある可能性が極めて高い。そんな状況下でうろうろと歩き回るのは自殺行為だよ。わかってるよ。それでも
Hell, to be honest, it could be in a bunker down the river.
俺たちはここで何かが起こるまで引きこもってるしかねえってのかよ。
バトラ様のお気持ちはわかりますが、ここは安全第一で参りましょう。旦那様の話では相当古い牢屋らしいので、なんとか鉄格子を破れるかもしれない。
Why are you still in the parlor? Have this conversation in your fucking room. You just described how the parlor was unsafe. Not parlor, the lounge. My bad. Parlor is different.
そうです。そして多分みんな武装を。
Goda had been able to say that Kinzo had comrades with him, but he hadn't been able to mention that they were mostly young women, like witches, who had used strange magic to murder. If he said that, it would only have cast doubt on his sanity. No, not only that, he himself still couldn't understand what he had seen and was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kinzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If that group came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Oh yeah, they were making sure everything was locked, weren't they? Goda and Kumasawa. The only thing left for those two who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall was to cradle their heads without knowing how to interpret what they had seen. No, I just witnessed 6 people get fucking killed by a gunshot that ripped off half of their face. How are you? Are you okay?
ありがとうございますね。ありがとうございます。申し訳ございませんが、しばらくそっとしていただけますか。
Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still hadn't been able to clear away her confusion.
マリア、気を使ってくれてありがとうだぜ。熊沢さんは休ませてやってくれ。
Jessica was also worried about the shock those two might have received after witnessing such a tragedy. But her wildest dreams couldn't even come close to the unbelievable scene Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother murdered and her father captured, it wasn't as though Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger towards Kinzo and walked irritatedly around the room. Oh yeah, she got fucked up. She was the first to go, actually. She was the first to get fucking blown her face off. She fucking died. Half her face is gone. You can't have open casket funeral no more. No, she's fucking gone. It looked like a bear got to her, and then another bear got to her, and then that bear shat on her, and then ate the other bear, and then that combined bear ate her. I don't know why the bear had to shit on Nazi, but it did. When Goda had come flying into the guest house, he had, overcome with agitation, told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything, except for the part about witches and magic, which they themselves still couldn't believe. In other words, he hadn't even sugarcoated the cold-blooded way in which Nazi and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted the fact that they'd obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking her head and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke.
頭を砕かれちまったってところを伏せられてたら、私はひょっとすると生きてるかもしれないって言って屋敷へ向かいじい様にて食わして、ひょっとすると殺されてたかもしれない。一末の希望が命取りになった可能性だってあるわけさ。その意味では感謝してるよ。
本当に申し訳ございません。言葉をあまりに選ばなかったことはお詫びします。
今はいいよ。母さんはもうどうしようもないけど、父さんはまだ生きてる。カノン君。
Kraus is still alive, and I'm jumping out the window to find him.
なんとか彼らを助けたいし、彼らに負担をかけないためにも余計なことをするべきではない。電話の前で待機してることが今は一番の協力になるかもしれないし。
They might receive a phone call asking them to create a diversion while the others escaped. Or the others might discover their location and call for rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when that time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was to wait in this room. Once they had finished inspecting the downstairs area and locking up, George, Badler, and Goda returned. Each was holding various objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks he had found in the lounge and a storage room, as well as a first aid kit. They were all consumables that would be essential during the siege. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. Those were to seal the door from the inside, just in case. If it came to it, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Badler brought up objects that could be used as edge weapons or poles. So we could see the concerns of everybody. George cares about making sure that they have what they need in order to survive. Goda cares about stopping anything from entering this fucking room, and Battler is focused on, if they enter this room, we're going to fucking gut them like fish. In addition to the obvious kitchen knife, there was a disassembled table leg that could be used as a club, and a pole roughly the size of a person, which he'd apparently made by taking apart a hat stand. Even though the pole had no point, it could surely be used like a spear. Look, did you see that smirk he gave at the very end? He looked and went, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill somebody tonight. There's a good chance that they're enemies at guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. But it would still be better than not having them, and if having these could give them at least a little peace of mind, that they'd be useful for their calming effect. Then, the bed and sofa were placed up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. There was still a chance that Krause and the others would escape and come to meet up with them. They had apparently set up a barricade at top of the stairs as well. It had been set up in a way that would create a racket, so it would serve as a warning alarm as well. That had apparently been Badler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off. This way, if the first floor window were to be broken, they would hear. Once the switch had been turned, all that was left was an eerie silence. I'm telling you right now, I am not dealing with the ladder to go out the window. I am jumping through the fucking window. The sound of violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night being crushed by such suspense? The boat would come tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, most of tomorrow was going to be covered in the typhoon, and the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon was set to pass by in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be arriving in the morning after next, the morning of October 6th. And right now, it was late at night on October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kenzo turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. It might let the enemy know that they were hiding here. Badler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights, but they had already been overwhelmed by a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single other person who agreed with it. I agree. Just because we could be in darkness. Darkness. Which is another song reference. I'm fucking hitting you with this shit, dude. Fucking killing it out here.
テレビダメなの？
ああ、悪いが我慢してくれ。敵の侵入の音を聞き逃すわけにはいかない。
つまんない。
Even though she had been told of her mother's death, Marie alone didn't feel an approaching sense of danger. She just seemed to be upset that the TV had been turned off. Even though she's in such a bizarre situation, she could not share in our sense of danger. Is it because she's so young? To Badler, even this faintly unsettling feeling from such a young girl made him sense that there was something very eerie about Maria. I mean, she did look at you, laugh, and then stop being creepy, so she fucking knows everything that's going down.
晩作尽きたわね。鉄格子はなんとかなりそう？
残念だが想像以上に堅牢だ。いつ頃に作られたものか知らんが、耐用年数も文句なし。実に優良な物件だよ。
Kyrie chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but she had calmed just a little.
さながらここは取られた駒を置く駒置き場ですな。
We're back to the fucking chess analogies. I think this might be the first chess analogy of this whole stream, which is very surprising.
打つ手はもはやありませんか。
まだよ。諦めるには早いわ。思考の停止は鼓動の停止に同じよ。
だな。チェスの駒置き場に意味はないが、将棋ならば大きな意味を持つこともある。駒置き場の一枚の歩が相手にプレッシャーを与えることだってあるはずだ。
なるほど。しかしこの鉄格子はどうしようも。
私たちにはね。でもここの場所を特定し、ゴーダさんに連絡することができれば、助けに来てもらうことはできるかも。
Yeah, Goda with his brute strength.
しかしゴーダさんに危険を強いることになりますな。その場合、成人男性が不在になるゲストハウスのお子さんたちも不安です。
リスクを恐れるなら、事態が好転するまで塩漬けにするのも悪くない。 損切りを恐れれば紙切れ同然になるかもしれんがね。我々の命がだが。
親の子犬もね。私たちで何とかするからおとなしくしていなさいって偉そうに電話して、その下の根も乾かないうちに助けを求めるなんて、実にかっこ悪いわね。
この後に及んではくだらんプライドなどとっくに紙切れだ。知恵を絞ろうじゃないか。ここはどこなんだ。本当に食堂の真下なのだろうか。それとも屋敷とは異なる別の場所だろうか。
Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo began to discuss this further. Kanon was... Okay. Not gonna... Okay, that was not what I thought I was gonna say. To be honest, I was not about to say squatting. I was gonna say squirting. Which is something that I don't think I wanted to actually read. So, Kanon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence, just as he had been ordered. Shannon came close to him, and they both squatted down together. Bitch, imagine, you're trying to see if anybody's coming. Somebody leans down. Tell if anybody's coming? No, I can't. I would have told you already. And look, there they are. And look what happens. Now we're gonna fucking die because I couldn't tell you. Oh shit, wait, there actually is somebody. The go. Oh. Dude, it's the fucking greatest of all time. It's fucking Chris Jericho, dude. Kanon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said that their breathing was noisy, but Kraus and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Kanon's ears. Oh, you got.
殺されないで捕まるなんて。今回はベアトリーチェ様がお越しにならないし。
Do they know?
様が書斎を出られるし。
They fucking know.
なんだかわかんないね。わかるさ。何が起ころうと変わろうと、すべてあの魔女の気まぐれと余興。
Maybe it's because it's because they're furniture. They know.
今回は黄金鏡に行けるかな。さあね。僕たちは脱落率が高いから。そういえば2人で第一の番を生き延びたのってずいぶん珍しいね。儀式が始まってるのにこうして2人でお話できるなんて、なんだかすごく珍しい気がする。そうかもね。でもそれもまた魔女の余興だろうさ。僕たちがいつもすぐに脱落するから、今度は少し生き延びさせてからかってやろうくらいにしか思ってないよ。また黄金鏡にはたどり着けないのかな。どうせそうさ。下手な期待を持つとまたつけ込まれる。
That dumb bitch Badler won't accept this fucking witch, dude.
カノン君がつけ込まれたもんね。僕はバカだ。
So they know what's going on. Kanon made a sour look and turned his head. Shannon laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder.
でもお嬢様が無事でよかったね。第一の番を逃れただけさ。それ以降の番により無残な方法で殺されるのを待たされているだけかもしれない。それを言ったら姉さんこそジョージ様が無事でよかったじゃないか。二人で黄金鏡にたどり着けるといいね。ありがとう。同じことをカノン君とお嬢様にも。僕は期待はしてないよ。
Oh, you were.
姉さんの言う通りだ。あの魔女はご褒美をぶら下げて相手が右往左往するのを見て楽しんでるだけなんだ。どうせ誰も黄金鏡に行けやしない。僕がお嬢様と黄金鏡にたどり着きたいと願ってしまったなら、あいつはそれこそ面白がって絶対に僕たちをたどり着かせたりはしないさ。そうだね。ベアトリーチェ様はより面白くなるように
生見えの順番を考えてる。
Well, it's Kinzo this time. It's not Beatrice, as far as I know. Unless it is. She's just letting Kinzo do all the work.
黄金鏡にたどり着けばあらゆる願いが叶うなんてのも嘘っぱちに決まってる。
そんなことはないよ。黄金鏡は素晴らしいところだよ。
行ったことあるの？
ちょっぴりだけね。それすらもベアトリーチェ様の戯れだったのだろうけど。
どんなとこなのそこ？
うん、素晴らしいところだよ。うまく説明できない。安らかな夢の中みたいな世界。
バラが咲き乱れてて美しい蝶が舞ってるような極楽みたいな感じ。
そういう具体的なイメージのところじゃないの。本当に夢の中みたいなところなの。そこにいるときはとても穏やかで。
My dreams aren't peaceful. They're kind of weird.
眠ってることを許されてる。まるで休日の早朝のお布団の中みたいな感じ。
My dreams are kind of out there.
そろそろ起きないとと思うんだけど、今日は休日だから起きなくてもいいんだって気づいて。
I think I've heard this before.
お布団の中に潜り込む時みたいな。
I feel like I've read this, like somebody said this already.
僕なら損したと思うな。休日なのに勘違いして起き出すなんて。
I've been having deja vu way more than I used to.
うん、そこにいた時はね、満たされててとても穏やかだった。でも元の世界に戻ってくると、つい直前までそこにいたはずなのに。
I can't remember what it was, but I was scrolling through Reddit one day.
ついさっきまで見ていた。
And I'm telling you right now, there are some memes that involve current events, but I swear the pictures that I saw were the same exact pictures I saw. It was like 4 in a row of the same exact thing that I saw at some point. And I scrolled, I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. I did it again. I'm like, okay, I did it a 4th time. And I immediately was like, I've seen all of these in this exact same order before. What the fuck is going on? And I scrolled again and then it stopped. Granted, it's Reddit and people steal shit all the time, so...
寒くて上着が欲しいと願った時、上着をもらえればとても幸せなことだけど、そもそも暖かい部屋にいられたなら上着が欲しいなんて願う必要さえもないでしょ。黄金鏡はそういうところなの。大抵の願いは願う必要さえなくなる。全てから解放された何もかもが穏やかな世界なの。与えられて幸せという概念さえも超越した全てから解放された世界とでも言えばいいのかな。
なんだか宗教っぽい世界だな。
そしてそこでは全てが平等。
We're still talking about the Golden Land.
存在は全てが平等。人間も家具も魔女もない。
I'm about to pop open this box of Cheez-Its and just start shoving Cheez-Its in my mouth. I'm gonna do it. Make me not. I'm going to do it. The hand's touching the bag. I'm opening it. I'm gonna say this, I get hungry every stream.
あの魔女がいるならろくな理想郷じゃないよ。で、その幸せな黄金鏡に姉さんはジョージ様と一緒に行きたいわけだ。おかしな話だね。黄金鏡は全てが満ち足りた理想郷なわけでしょ。ジョージ様がいなくても十分に満たされてそうだけど。
黄金鏡はね、とても穏やかで安らかで全てが対等で公平だけれど、幸せだけ実は抜けてるの。
幸せな世界じゃないの？
もちろん安らかで穏やかで公平というだけですごい幸せな世界だよ。でもそれは例えるなら全ての悩みというマイナスから解放されたゼロの世界なの。 人の世はマイナスで満ちてるから、もちろんゼロというのはものすごい幸福なわけだけど、それでもゼロなの。贅沢だよね。それはこういう感じ。穏やかな休日の朝のまどろみの時、最愛の人も隣にいてくれて、手を握っててくれたなら、もっともっと素敵な幸せになれるみたいな。ごめん、姉さんは例えが下手くそだね。バカだから。
I
姉さんにとっての最高の幸せとは、ジョージさん
You described that for way too long, Shannon. I didn't remember half of it.
そしてきっとカノン君にとっては、お嬢様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことだよ。
公平な世界で二人は悩みから解放され、なんだかおかしな宗教
Okay, didn't you just fucking say that?
僕はもっとこう俗物的な魔法の薬を与えられると人間に生まれ変われるとか、そういう感じの世界を想像してたよ。
行けばわかるよ。ベアトリーチェ様が本当に気まぐれな方なら、いつかきっとカノン君にも垣間見させてくれるに違いない。そうすれば姉さんの例えがよくわかるようになるから。
ま、過剰な期待はしないことにしとくよ。いずれにせよ、今回の僕たちはこれでゲームオーバーみたいだし、別の機会に期待するさ。
そうだね。おかしな期待を持つとベアトリーチェ様にまたつけ込まれる。何も考えずただ運命に身を任せるのが私たちには一番かもしれない。
僕たちはただチェスの駒であればいいんだ。何を考えても考えなくても、どうせ魔女のチェス盤からは逃れられない。後のお役目はどういびり殺されるか、ただ待つこと。
This is the part of the stream where I just can't think of anything.
黄金鏡の夢なんて虚しすぎる。
そうだね。ごめん。
Cannon shrugged his shoulders, then told Shannon to leave him alone because she was in the way of his duty, distancing himself from her. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm grabbing a coat because I'm fucking freezing. I'm always cold, which is fun. I'll be right back. I'm back. Now I'm double coated up. Should be warm. Usually I always wear a sweatshirt, but sometimes I just get real cold and I have to just throw another one on unzipped. Realizing her thoughtlessness and bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Cannon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. Shannon wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in a corner by herself. Oh shit, they're moving closer. That moment, Cannon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a strange sound.
どうしたの？
旦那様、誰か来ます。
Oh no, they're here. They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything, but eventually they were able to hear the shuffling sounds of a large group of people walking.
おいでなすったわね。
So they've arrived.
年貢の納めだ。
Time for their death.
最初で最後のチャンスか。私が金蔵さんと話しましょう。なんとかここの場所を聞き出してみます。
期待してるわ。
During the last phone call, Kyrie had asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kyrie had learned that it was the same as her watch, and she had learned that the watches hadn't been set back. It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, there had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they had been transported to the dungeon. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. Then were those really pitfalls, meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All that they could do was pray that Najo could find out where this was.
来ます。 人数は4人。親方様並びに食堂に姿を現したうちの3人かと。
But there's 6.
もう十分だ。君も後ろに下がりたまえ。あとは私たちで応対する。
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないけど電話のところに座ってもらえる？スカートで電話を隠して。
Shove the phone up your pussy. The shuffling came close, and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, stroking the walls with sharp razor-like shadows. And then, the light from the lantern they had illuminated the prisoners through the bar. And then, the light from the lantern they held... I thought that said had. I was getting fucking confused. And then the light from the lantern they held illuminated the prisoners through the bars. The bar's sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 silhouettes. It was Kinzo, Renov, Virginia, and Gap. Thing you regretted saying number 3? Maybe, maybe. Slightly, yes. Anyway, look, Renov is speaking. Silence, everyone. We have to remain quiet. Alright, now we can start yelling at Kinzo, because fuck this man. Renov, we stay quiet for when he asks, but now that everybody is fucking saying a bunch of shit, we can start, like, going nuts. Wow, what a way to be subtle. I like that, just going, yeah, where are we? Side the sod boob again, let's go, baby. It's fucking back. So I was right, it's at the other mansion. That's what I was about to say, Kuwadorian, but I couldn't remember if it was called Kuwadorian. I mean, you could, but only when you're, like, killing them for the Twilights. Yeah, again, like I said, let's leave the kinks at the fucking door, please. Gap? You need to leave the kinks at the fucking door.
もちろんキュンキュンしちゃうわよ。誕生日のプレゼントに首輪なんかもらっちゃったりしたらね。ただしイケメンに限る。お静かに。
So only from Renov.
猿物はが必要ですか。あら、あなたはそっちもいけちゃうの。リアって好き嫌いないのね。
Stop. Just stop. I'm tired of this conversation.
この名前を略さないでください。
I'm tired of this conversation.
やかましいぞ女。
Kenzo, fucking tell him.
お前たちも同じ牢に閉じ込められたい。
No, Gap would like that.
失礼いたしました、親方様。この老体にこのような寒い牢獄では身が持ちません。
Virginia quickly apologized, but Gap and Renov merely laughed together. It was like they thought they alone couldn't be imprisoned, or else that even if someone tried to imprison them, it'd be pointless.
牢とは捕らえ逃がさぬこと。
Except they can. People have broken out of prison.
生涯手放さぬとの強い意志と愛である。逃げても諦められる程度の女ならば愛を語るに値しない。鎖で縛ってでも逃がしたくないと思うほどに苦しくなる女。
And Gap is busy touching herself right now.
我が生涯を捧げるに値する愛である。
And she started hearing chains and she went, oh my god, I need to... Oh,
私は誰にも縛れない。
oh she binds the people. She's the dominatrix.
愛したいの。
Okay, I understand what she is now. She's the dominatrix in the situation.
あなたの愛の狂気。
愛と狂気は紙一重というわけか。
So never mind, she's not getting horny for the chains. She's getting horny for wanting to dominate the person in the chains.
あっさり所在地が分かったのは大きいわ。
And that's something I don't regret saying.
聞くけど、南條先生はここをご存知なのね。
はい。そこの廊下がクワドリアンの地下通路ならば、あの先をまっすぐ行けば長い地下道になり、それをずっと歩けば屋敷に戻れる。
Wait, why does Nanjo know where this fucking mansion is?
なんとかできれば屋敷に帰れるってことで。
お父さん、私たちをどうするつもりですか。
すでに宣告した通り、お前たちは後の晩のための生贄である。都合よく人数も5人。えぐりて殺す5人の人質にぴったりであろう。
So the two who are close are gonna be
私たち
Kumasawa and
の納め時というわけです。
Goda. Not yet.
やがてはな。だが今はそのために訪れたのではない。安心せよ。それに言ったはずだ。もしも孫たちの誰かが我が全てを継承するにふさわしいと認められたなら、この儀式は中断する。つまりお前たちは命拾いをするというわ
So
け。
you gotta hope those kids are really on top of their fucking game.
何をするつもりですか。
次期当主にふさわしいかどうかテストを与える。その結果、私をうならせる者が一人でもいたならば儀式は中断する。
ふさわしい者がいなかったら、
You all die.
どうするつもりですか。
それを心配する必要はない。どうせ先に生贄とされるのはお前たちだ。その後のことなど知ったことではなかろうに。お前たちは自らの命運を自らの子供たちに委ねるのだ。お前たちが生み、教え、育ててきた結晶。
All because you guys were trying to talk up your children to being like, oh, my children's fantastic. You should give me the inheritance because my kid is fucking amazing.
心配そうな顔をするなよ、クラウス。お前の自慢の100億の価値のある娘を信じろよ。
まったくね。子供は親の結晶 象よ。親の命運を預けるにふさわしいわ。お父様にとってもね。
肝の据わった女だ。ルドルフにはもったいない。
キリエさん、あまり挑発しない方がいい。どうかだ。今は耐えよう。
そうね。どうせ私たちはまな板の上の恋よ。今さら何もできやしない。
私に対し威勢のいい口を叩くことはできるがな。嫌いではないぞ、そういう女は。ベアトリーチェも初めはそういう女だった。
I don't dislike that kind of woman. You wanna know why? Cause joke's on you, I'm into that shit.
そろそろ本題。さっきから脱線しまくりです。
おお、そうであったな。すまぬすまぬ我が友よ。それでは本題に入る。そのために電話を用意しておいたのだ。シャノン、知恵が回るな。もう隠さなくてもよいぞ。それは私が用意させ。
You don't have to have it in your no-no area any longer. You can take it out now, Shannon.
失礼いたしました。
Shannon quickly withdrew herself and the telephone was revealed.
クラウスよ。ゲストハウスの孫たちに電話をかけるがよい。そして我がテストを、試練の始まりを彼らに告げるのだ。
Renov motioned for Kraus to pick up the receiver. Yeah. Yeah, and what if I say no, bitch?
ほほう。取引の余地がどこに。
Cause you can't sacrifice me until later, motherfucker.
をせぬというなら、孫たちにはチャンスさえも与えぬ。後ろ宮家はこれにて終わり。お前たちは直ちに生贄だ。
Then do it. I ain't scared of you.
あなたたちの眼前で子供たちを先に生贄にされた方が辛いと思うけれど。
が生贄の順番は親方様が決めます。勝手なことを言わないように。
リア、今私の名前を縮めようとして詰まったでしょ。
She literally put a gap in your name.
だから勝手に人の名前を略さないように。
女は実に。
かしましいですな。
Oh my god, we're back to Ange. The clinic that Najo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. Alright, let me wait and see. Is it going to switch? No, because I'm checking something. How are they still not fucking marked yet? This aged doctor was Najo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different.
わざわざお越しくださり、誠に申し訳ないのですが、特にお話しすることはありません。
Oh, but let me guess, you're added to the fucking character list, huh? Because you just went... Bing. Yep. Najo's son took over the Najo clinic. Unlike Najo, he gives a slightly dispassionate and different impression. After the commotion surrounding Rakajima, he grew to completely despise the press, and never again did he attempt to speak of what had happened at the time. He used to have a daughter who was afflicted with an intractable disease, but unfortunately she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. Najo Masayuki. Najo's son said that very indifferently.
あの島の事故がワイドショーなどで非常に不謹慎に取り上げられて以来、後宮氏の主治医であり友人でもあった父にも大変心外な関心が多数寄せられました。そのいずれもが何の根拠もなく、また父のそれまでの業績を汚すものでした。私はそれら全てについて 未だに強く憤慨しています。
無理もないことと思います。私も同じような。
While I'm busy
私など
thinking about this, I'm
6
gonna
の時から
stop
人間です。
it from going auto for a little bit, just so I can say this. I don't know why. I think I've looked it up, but I still don't know exactly the reason why. I don't know the medical reason. But on the jaw, on my like bottom like jaw, there's a bump that I have that's like actual bone. Like it's not like straight, there's just a bump, but it's just straight actual bone, and I have no idea why. And I've always had it since I remember. And I have no idea why, and it's always just interesting to me why I would have something like that. It's like the fact that I have two bald spots on. I have a bald spot on one eyebrow and a bald spot on the other eyebrow. Each eyebrow has one bald spot. Just very strange. When I look up the bald spot eyebrow thing, it just gives me balding, and then when I looked up the jaw, the bump on my jawbone, it was mentioning a cyst in the bone, and how like it just solidified. But I mean, I don't know how much I'm gonna believe that, because that was on the internet. Sorry, I'm also itching my eyes. There's something in one of them. Alright. Time to continue. Wait. Hold on. God, it's just in there, huh? The doctor finally remembered that Andrew was also a victim and had been exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been.
そんなあなたなら当時の件にもう関わりたくないという私どもの気持ちもお分かりでしょう。あれは不幸な事故でした。それを事件だと騒ぎ立てたがるのは無責任なテレビと雑誌だけです。彼らの態度には心底うんざりさせられますよ。
Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushiro Miyakinzo's few friends. Because of that, there's probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and the press to use Nanjo's son, as well as a surviving relative, as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly.
お気持ちよくわかります。私生活に至るまで監視を受け、プライバシーも肖像権も、果ては人権さえも認められてたかわからない私ですから、そのやり場のないお怒り、よくお察しできます。だからこそ、私の人生をここまで台無しにしたあの事件は、一体何だったのか、どうしても知りたいのです。それでここへ来ました。私もあなたと同じ当事者です。雑誌記者でもインタビュアーでもありません。そこを誤解しないでください。私は道楽でこんなところまで来たんじゃない。私を見下すのもいい加減にしてください。あの事件で狂わされた人生の傷跡比べをするならば、私とあなたでは比べ物にもならない。
Anne spoke sharply. Dr. Anne imagined what he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner and couldn't help but fall silent. From Anne's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. She really didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. To be honest, she didn't want to be looked down upon because she's been being looked down on her whole fucking life. The doctor realized that he'd said something wrong and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable.
当時のことを思い出すのは苦痛でしょうが、ご存知のことがあったら何でも教えてください。もちろん口外はしません。私は私の人生に決着をつけるために今日ここへ訪れています。私は18です。あの事件は私の人生の12年を奪った。そしてこれからも奪い続けるでしょう。私は6歳のあの日からずっと暗闇に放り込まれたままなんです。そんな私でも知る権利がないとおっしゃるんですか？
いや、失敬。
ちの悪い連中ばかりが来ていたので、私もつい身構えてしまったようです。失敬したのをお詫びします。わかりました。他言無用を誓っていただけるなら何でもお話しします。
ありがとう先生。ではお願いします。何でも結構です。話してください。
知っての通り、父は後宮氏の主治医であると同時にチェスを通じた友人同士でもありました。その親交は後宮氏が六軒島に移り住んできた当時からのとても長いものでした。
どのくらい仲が良かったのですか？
相当だったようです。チェスの縁で先方の屋敷に厄介になることも少なくなかったようです。私の口から言うのもなんだが、後宮氏は非常に気難しい方でした。そして父はそんな人間と付き合うのに長けた非常におおらかな人だった。孤独な後宮氏にとって稀な友人であったことは想像に難しくないでしょう。
当日は親族会議でした。後宮家の親族会議は資産やその運用などについて厳しく問われるさながら経営会議のようなものだったとされています。そのような席にまで出席を求められるほどに南條先生は信頼を得ていたわけですね。
父は純朴な医師であり、後宮家のような富豪の財産運用について助言できるような立場にあったとは思えません。おそらく当時の後宮氏は健康状態が優れられなかったでしょうから、その買い添えとして呼ばれていたのでしょう。親友の父ならおそらく口も固く、親族会議上の秘密もきっと漏らさないと信頼されていたに違いない。
当時の後宮金蔵はかなり健康状態が悪かったのでしょうか？カルテが残っていたりはしますか？
事故の当日はカルテを持参していたのでしょう。後宮氏のカルテは残念ながらフォルダごと失われています。
Beatrice destroyed them.
ですし、私も詳しいことはわかりません。
事件の前後、何か気になるようなことはありました？
あるにはあります。ですが、非常に誤解を招きそうなので、あまり言いたくはありません。
何ですか？それを教えてください。
For a while, the doctor beat around the bush, but after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool Ange by dodging the subject. He eventually gave in, and after making Ange swear herself to secrecy again, told her.
実はあの事故の数日後に、
Oh, it's a fucking letter. Some bullshit letter crap.
郵便？
それはとても奇妙な郵便でした。差出人が私になっているのですが、それは身に覚えのないものでした。何者かが私の名を語って出したということです。宛先は北海道の礼文島。北方領土の話を抜きにすれば日本の最北端の島です。その宛先人がなんと礼文島の住所ではありますが、父の名前だったのです。しかし送付先住所が間違っているらしく、住所不明の付箋が貼られて、差出人である私のところへ戻って。
What's in the letter? It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Teramasa on Hokkaido's Riban Island, but the lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son.
中身は何だったんですか？
Yeah, what was in?
本当に他言無用でお願いします。私も非常に迷惑しているんです。かといって捨てるわけにもいかず。
The doctor stood up and faced a bookshelf. There was packed a group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, meant to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, Its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago.
くれぐれも他言無用でお願いします。
Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had a weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Teramasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following that instant, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido.
南條先生は本当に北海道に存在を、あるいは同姓同名の人物が北海道に。
It's very unlikely.
何かの事情で事故を逃れ、北海道で存命していたのだとしたら、私たち家族にとっては事情に関わらず嬉しいことです。私も初めはその可能性を考えました。しかし、この封筒の送付先住所は存在しないのです。つまりこの封筒は届くはずのない郵便。
I mean, did you actually go there and check?
送付者が正しい住所を書き損じた可能性は？
もちろん否定はできません。ですが、住所の番地を見る限り、どうもそうは思えないのです。
北海道礼文島礼文郡礼文町 1-2-34-567。
Up until Rebun City, it's fine, but I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, was a little insincere. Felt like a fake number that some kid had made up.
おそらく明らかに存在しない住所をデタラメに書いたのでしょう。
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is an actual place. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's just a nonsensical number. No, they just write numbers in fucking order.
この封筒は初めから存在せず届くはずのない住所に送付されたと考えるのが自然だと思います。
If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender. But even in the case of an incomplete address, a local post office will often courteously and to the best of its ability research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that the same thing had happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima was a long way from Rebun Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery.
中身は？
どうぞ。
After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number plate attached. Then a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. I don't even think I know what the fuck it means. A112. The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved in it. Members was written in English. The jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. But of course I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written. 07151129. Holy fuck. Why the fuck? Hold on. The Notebook is coming out. $26. Added up, it equals 26. Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. Holy shit, that's a lockbox key. That was all.
これは
貸金庫のカードと鍵、そして暗証番号でした。
So that safe deposit box existed back.
特別な顧客のみに許されているらしい不気味な貸金庫でした。
After he finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he had visited the bank. Pin and key and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first, he hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he'd owned in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts and safe deposit boxes before. But this was something on a whole different level.
私の使っている貸金庫の手続きと違い、カードと暗証番号、そして鍵を持っているならば、本人確認は行われないというシステムでした。ですが、とにかく厳重な金庫室で、その物々しさに怯えました。こんなところに預けざるを得ない。
What was in the fuck? This is like Shane McMahon's lockbox.
それで
カードをリーダーに通すと暗証番号の入力を求められました。そしてそこにある8桁の数字を入力すると認証され、金庫室への入室が認められました。すごい光景でしたよ。まるで SF 映画のような世界だった。薄暗い銀色の広大な部屋にびっしりと金庫の扉が埋め尽くされているのです。
He had entered that room along with the clerk. It seems that as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had right to were determined, so that safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one.
A11にはそれらの金庫のうちの一つを示すものでした。ちなみにそれ以外の金庫にもずらりと緑ランプが点灯していました。20個以上はあったと思います。あるいは他の一角にももっとあったのかも。
Well, I mean, multiple people could have that pin.
A11 のみ。他の金庫の中身を確かめる術はありませんでしたが。
Wait, 20? Hold on. As clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. $20? Okay, there's not 20 there. I thought it was onto something. When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet had opened. And an expensive-looking Duracell battery case peeked out. That was carried into a separate room where for the first time the clerk left and he was introduced to the contents.
現金でした。
現金どれほど
新札の100万円の束はちょうど厚みが1センチになると聞いたことがあります。それがこれだけのジュラルミンケースの中にびっしり詰められていたのですから、多分1億はあったでしょう。
Why the fuck did he have... What the hell?
手すら触れませんでしたから、私はすぐに直感しました。これは危険な金だと。
It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case on a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone is unable to do that, then it's clear that there's something wrong with that cash.
私は頭が真っ白になり、すぐに関わり合ってはならない。
I'll get involved. Give me the fucking key.
それで一切手をつけなかった。
はい。そのまま施錠をし直し、元の金庫に預けて立ち去りました。この鍵やカードも捨てようと思いましたが、何が起こるかわからない。そのため、誰にも内緒で12年もの間、本棚の裏に隠し続けてきたのです。あれが何の金だったのか、私にも未だにわかりません。
この封筒をお借りすることはできますか？
いえ、この場で見るだけにしてください。
わかりました。では、ちょっと失礼します。調べ物
she's gonna swipe it. I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan and compared the handwriting on both. There was no mistake about the characteristic handwriting. The one who had sent us 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. You fucking asshole. Stop interfering with my investigation. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be? Who the fuck is this guy?
そんな郵便物が確か届いた気がしますわ。母ちゃん、あれはどこにしまったっけな?
The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. But he had been very busy in the days since and seemed to have forgotten about it while running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Ange mentioned it to him. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Najo's son's. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yaeyama County, Yonaguni City, 1234567. Yonaguni Island was the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was the exact same sequential number that had apparently been chosen without much care. We add every cross point, and at that cross point is going to be something very specific. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the pin and the bank's main branch written on it. A magnetic card. A key with an attached number plate. The inscription on the number plate was A113. The number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely inside the vault was the same kind of duralumin case packed with 100 million yen in cash.
死んだおふくろがメイドから送ってきたような気がしてね。
Oh, shut up. Your mother's dead. You ain't got no say. Kumasawa's son works at the Nijima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kumasawa. Kumasawa had many sons, and a number of them were away from land as fishermen. It was purely coincidence that it was possible to come into contact with him, as he happened to be involved with the fishing harbor. Hopes were on him that he might have heard chatty Kumasawa let something important slip, but... And he is Kumasawa Sabekichi.
中身もよくわからんし、薄気味悪いんで、ずっとほったらかしにしてて、今日まですっかり忘れてたんです。
Then can I take it?
お嬢さんはこれが何かご存知なんですかね。ひょっとしてあんたんとこにも同じものが。
どうしたんです、エンジ様。ウリュウ、頭痛、頭痛。
Wait, did it?
ごめん。頭が痛い。刺さってる。知っている。
知ってるって。
You fucking have one?
まさかこの封筒、エンジ様のところにも。
I've remembered. I've remembered. A strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the named recipient had been Ushiromiya Rudolph, my father. I remember how disturbed I was when I got a letter. I thought it was from father, opened it up, and found a key and a card that I didn't really understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. But now I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope.
Beatrice.
Well, we need to know the location that was on your, thing.
これは何のつもりよ。あいつは
If we know where it was supposed to send, we'll have another one.
金をばらまいたと
And we'll be able to determine where the gold
苦
is.
労するなんて。
Even though we aren't looking for the gold anymore.
ウリュウ。
I still want it. I still want that gold. Sakutaro acted nervously, and as I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit.
ごめんなさい。ベアトリーチェ憎しは今に始まったことじゃないの。あの6歳の日に、もうすでにあの魔女と縁があったことに、驚きと怒りを感じただけよ。
この12年間、エンジ様はずっとベアトリーチェ様の呪縛にとらわれてきた。これがその、まさに呪縛の証となる。
What did I write down? No, I wrote down
です
something.
が、どうかしっかりそれを打ち破るための旅でもあるはずです。
There's something I wrote down that I kind of like figured out or some shit that I was like, oh my god, this is fucking insane. I need to write this down. So hold on. I don't know if I mentioned this because this was, I think, from the last stream. So I don't think I would have mentioned it. I know I wrote it down. I had to have. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down. Okay, I wrote down one of them. But I remember one of them, this was like so fucking long ago. I remember looking up who Mammon was. And they were greed. And then something fucking hit me. Right about greed. I know that. But then I also remembered this. That Ange was the Resurrection Witch. That's what she was called when she was dealing with, like, fucking Maria that she was seeing in her head. And then I'm sitting there and I'm going, holy shit, she's the Resurrection Witch in the fucking future. She is going to resurrect her fucking brother. And that is why she's called the Resurrection Witch. I fucking found that out. I was like, I need to write that down. I literally wrote down Resurrection Witch in future because I was like, holy fuck, in the future, before this moment, she's going to fucking resurrect her brother, or try to. And that is why she's called the Resurrection Witch. What? Now I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was about Mammon, or Mammon. What did I realize with Mammon that I was like, holy shit, now I know why it's greed. Now I know why she's the right person for greed. Why she's busy dealing with Ange. It was something like that. But I didn't know why I didn't write that one down. I didn't write it down, which is the dumbest fucking thing. But no, it was something about Mammon being greed, and that's why she's the one that's dealing with Ange. It was something about that. No, wait. I will look this up again. It wasn't about greed. It was about the other things that Mammon is. Got it. Okay. Got it. Alright. Now I remember, it was the definition of Mammon, which is wealth as like an object of false devotion, which essentially is what Beatrice is. The gold is the wealth that is the object of devotion that people have. And Mammon is the embodiment of that. Is essentially like, oh, Beatrice and the gold are essentially a false, a fake object of devotion. Wealth regarded as an evil influence or false object of worship and devotion. That's literally what they are, and that's why Mammon is with Ange, because she's fucking proving that. And Ange is the resurrection witch because she's resurrecting her brother in the fucking future. At that time when they fucking called her that. I, like, got that shit and I was like, holy fuck. My god, that's insane. I think that's right. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I, like, realized that, so I have no idea what my thought process is anymore. As Sakutaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking.
この封筒の送付はつまりベアトリーチェによる事件の計画性を裏付けるものかしら。
消印は親族会議の直前、そしてわざと時間をかけて返送されてくるように仕組まれている。事件の後に届くようにしたかったということかな。
うん、そうなるわ。でも少し疑問もあるの。なぜこんな不確実な方法で？
不確実？
ねえ、だって何日で郵便が戻ってくるかなんて事前には想像もできないじゃない。郵送先の郵便局が調査し、送付先不明と判断し返送するまでの期間なんて普通は想像もできない。
そういえばそうだね。ちゃんと到着の期日を決めて、そういう郵便で出した方が確実なのにね。ウリュウ。まあでも前日に投函したんならどんなに早く戻ってきてもきっと月曜日以降の到着になったでしょうし、死者からの手紙を気取りたかったんじゃないかしら。
死者からの手紙か。確かにね。あれは驚くし嫌な気持ちになるわよ。死んだ家族の名前が表に大きく書かれている郵便物が物々しい付箋付きで郵便受けに放り込まれているんだから。でも私は何か腑に落ちないわ。私だったら期日指定郵便にする。ひょっとしたら想定しない日に届くかもしれないという不安定さが私には。
Well, why does it have to arrive on the day that they wanted it to?
ウリュウ。でも確かにそういうのベアトらしいかなって思う。
I mean, fuck, yeah, it does.
あなたベアトのことわかるの？
ちょっとしかお話ししたことないけど、でもベアトならこういうことをするかなってのがなんとなくわかるの。マモンもなんとなく想像がつかない？ベアトってこういういたずら好きだよね。確かにそうかも。ベアドリージ様なら死者からの手紙みたいな悪質ないたずらはやりかねないと思います。うん、それだけじゃなくて絶対確実な方法じゃなくてちょっぴり不確実な方法の方をベアトリーチェは面白がるの。
不確実な方法を面白がる？
I remembered Maria Onechan's diary, and it described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, Beto sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives with Maria, but those pranks always had a touch of witch aesthetics, which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain. On one day, Maria Onechan and Beto decided to use a wind-up minicar she had bought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the minicar back... Minicar... I thought I thought that was some Japanese shit. No, it's literally mini car. If you made the mini car back up, it would wind up they had wound up that mini car and set it behind a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the mini car would jump forward and surprise whoever did it. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Bito watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it, but no one moved the trapped milk jug and the trap ended in a misfire. When One-chan had then muttered, "We should put it somewhere where it would definitely caught someone," Bito apparently said this. She said, "The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who will get caught or even if anyone will get caught at all." It's probably true that you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. What is she, fucking Bryan Danielson? Fickle! That's why I call it fickle! As Ange examined these, her gaze darted from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, several famed pictures were hung. Many of them were commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. As she still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her light-hearted ho-ho-ho laugh. It's part of my distant memory, but I definitely remember that she was this sort of cheerful old lady.
熊沢さんは事件の直前に変わった様子はありましたか？
いや、いつも通りに見えたな。親族会議はピリピリするから辛い辛いと漏らすのはいつものことでしたし。
これは？
Among the several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit, as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some characters had been written with a pen. Oh my god, it's the fucking church on the island!
多分例の黄金伝説に関係したやつではないかと。
魔女の碑文ですか？10トンの黄金の隠し場所を示すと噂される。熊沢さんも挑んでおられたんですね。でも、これは碑文じゃない。初めて見るものです。
There's an arc above the Western-style door, and that's where the relief was. English words were engraved there, and that seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese.
この扉は1000兆分の1の確率でしか開かない。あなたは1000兆分の1の確率でしか祝福されない。知らないわ。こんな文章、碑文にもお姉ちゃんの日記にも出てこない。
おふくろの遺品の中に碑文の謎解きに挑戦してると思われる写真やノートが結構出てきたんですわ。おふくろも案外そういうのが好きだったんだな。なんでも10トンの金塊が隠されてたって噂だ。そりゃおふくろも夢中になるはずですわ。
In both Maria One-chan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It had talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, Beatrice's succession ceremony, on and on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last part about being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold in the Ushiro-miya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushiro-miya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz which the family head Kinzo had arranged to choose a successor. But with the Mariage Sorcier interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both of the message bottles drew a tale of a crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Unora theory in certain books. However, neither of those theories were conclusive.
他にも資料が
Are there any other... Oh, she said that.
あると思うけど、兄弟で適当に分けたからな。誰が何を持ってるやらさっぱりですわ。申し訳ない。
この熊沢さんが撮影した英文だけ読むとめったに開かれない開かずの扉という印象を受ける。でもこれは屋敷のどこかしら。光の具合から屋外みたいだけど、熊沢さんはこの中にその黄金が隠されていると睨んでたのかしら。
さあ、いずれにせよ六軒島の屋敷のどこかでしょうな。おふくろの預金口座には残念だが黄金を発見したと思えるようなお金は入ってませんでしたよ。さすがに見つからんかったんでしょうな。
The Golden Witch Beatrice gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ushiromiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans of Rakajima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced. When my family died on that island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. Well, at least Badler is. I don't know about the others. The last place Ange visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores with a signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. There lived the man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rakajima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness, and was now taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife. Fucking God. More characters. An old man who used to captain the high-speed boat that went to Rakajima and back. It is beyond doubt that of the existing survivors, he is one of those who know the most about Rakajima. From various comments by the servants who used to go to and from this island, the media hoped that he might be quite knowledgeable about the internal affairs of the Ushiromiya family. However, he would say nothing, and so they eventually began to forget about this old man. Mr. Captain Kawabata.
あんた、まだこんなに小さかった。立派になったな。そして、さぞや辛かっただろう。お前さんの気持ち、よくわかるぞ。
The former boat captain was in such high spirits that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he could remember the events of more than a decade ago well, apparently even about how Ange had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for Ange, but at the same time he also remembered the final family conference very well, and the fact that he remembered even details like Badler's fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. It had been so back then as well, but even now there is no public way to cross to Rakajima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd be unable to arrange for a boat to Rakajima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless.
わかってる。今、あの島に行きたがる船なんぞ、簡単には見つからんだろう。今じゃ六軒島と呼ばず、古い名前の悪食島と呼ぶ者までおる。この辺りの船乗りじゃ首を縦には振るまいな。
So that's why I have to do it. From the start, fishermen had feared Rakajima as an island of misfortune. And because of that incident 12 years ago, this fear had reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There were almost no sailors who tried to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rakajima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this caused the sense of mystery surrounding Rakajima to increase even more, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they loved so much.
出してもらえるでしょうか。
明日だけ返してもらう約束になっとる。最近はエンジンがだいぶご機嫌斜めらしいがな。かっ飛ばしてやるわい。
The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rakajima. Now my method of transport to Rakajima is insured. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rakajima, It's the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years.
よかったね。
It's not. I have to go to where my fucking
これで
family
島
died.
へ行けるようになったね。
そうね。船を見つけるのは難しいと聞いていたから、船長が協力的で助かったわ。
エンジ様ほどではないにしても、船長にとっても12年前の事件は未だ抜けないトゲなんでしょうね。ウリュウ、船長さんも心の整理がつかなかったんだね。ずっと。そりゃそうでしょう。約束通り10月5日にあのじいさんが船を出してくれれば大勢が助かった可能性がある。ちょっと風
He couldn't because there's a
船
typhoon.
を絞らなければ。ウリュウ、そんなこと言っ
There's
ちゃ
a
ダメ
fucking
だよ。
typhoon.
船長さんもそれを今日までずっと苦
You
しんで
fucking
たはずだよ。
asshole. Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they head to Rokkenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All of the relatives had been very busy at the time, and they came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand. It was probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week just because a typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault. But perhaps you could say that he wasn't so irresponsible that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain had been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. And by taking me, the last member of Ushiromiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past.
船は昼過ぎに帰ってくることになってる。それからあんたを六軒島へ案内するから、到着は夕方前になるだろう。電気も明かりもない島だ。あまり長いはできんぞ。その程度の上陸で、あんたの気は済むかね。
長いしたから何かの気が済むというものでもありませんし、船を出してもらえるだけでも感謝します。
うん。すまんな。わしが船を手放していなければ、ケチなことを言わず、好きなだけ島へ案内してやれるんだが。
It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokkenjima, so I'll be there during the evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next, or possibly 1998 and 1986, and it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokkenjima. It's not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. At that time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amaxa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I had succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow.
それはよかった。そろそろ参りましょう。船長、明日はよろしくお願いします。
Yeah, Captain. Get us there in one piece, Captain. Sir Bossman. Bossman, Sir Captain, Captain, Bossman, Sir Captain, Captain, Sir Bossman, Bossman, Captain, 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 Sir Captain, Captain, Bossman, Captain.
協力はおしまいよ。
ありがとうございます。それでは明日お昼にこれ船代に。
Ange took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain should have noticed its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head.
わしはお前さんに感謝しとるよ。これは天のお導きだ。あんたを六軒島へ連れて行き、そして無事に連れ帰る最後のチャンスをくださったんだ。わしは金蔵さんに任されていた最後の仕事を今ようやく終えることができる。だからあんたには感謝してる。金は当時の金蔵さんからたらふくもらってる。あんたから取れんよ。
ありがとうございます。
But this is also Kinzo's money.
階段足元に気をつけてな。
I'm fine. Ah! I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Most of the first floor was a bedding store, which many futons piled up on each other. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amaxa dashed out first and started up the car.
孫の部屋 まって言っても構わんのに。見ての通り、布団なら有り余っとるぞ。
As you can see, we sell fucking futons. We got the thing for you to sleep in.
ご迷惑はかけられませんので。
事情は知らんが、相当な厄介に巻き込まれてるようだな。うさんくさい連中が人探しをしていると噂になっとる。あんたのことじゃないのかね。
さあ。
Edge play dumb. Hold on. I'm dealing with.
わしは六軒島を目指す客人を送り届け、そして迎えに行き、連れ帰ることが仕事だった。
I was dealing with my leg itching. Ange played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
その仕事を12年前に中断したまま、まだ終えてない。だからわしは、あんたのおかげでその仕事をようやく終えることができるんだ。だから、わしにその仕事を終えさせてくれよ。わかってるな。
ええ、別に私は死にに行くんじゃない。
But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I'd surely be able to go to where my family is. I finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading towards Rakanjima in search of a place to die. The boat captain guessed that as well. That's why he repeatedly told me not to die. Hey, I know you're probably going to this island to die, but do not fucking die. Whatever you do, do not get fucking dead.
約束します。そもそも私、どうして六軒島に行かなくてはならないのかの目的さえ、未だにあやふやなんですから。
いや、目的はきっとある。あんたにないなら、それは彼らにあるんだ。島があんたを呼んだ。だからあんたはここまで来たんだ。
そうかもしれませんね。私は呼ばれたのかもしれない。
I was called. For what reason? For them? Father, mother, Badler Oni-chan, and Maria Oni-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What is on Rakanjima? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
それでは明日。失礼します。
Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was about to go outside. Then my feet stopped.
どうしたね?
It's not a Moxa.
あれは?
あれ? はて、何の話だね?
Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean... That must mean... What? What the fuck is impossible? What? No, what's going on? Tell me. Tell me. Don't fucking start this shit. What the fuck does he have? What the fuck does he have?
多分これは運命よ。私は今理解したわ。これが私の使命だったのよ。
Is it another steak? Shake it, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up.
どうしたんだね? 何があるんだね? わからん。わしにはわからん。あんたには何が見えてるのかね?
Did you see something? Did you see something? Did you see something?
ここに私が訪れることさえ運命だった。これが私が六軒島へ行く目的で使命なの。
What?
エンジさん、どうしました？トラブルですか？
わしにもさっぱりわからん。
What the fuck, man?
暗がりを指さしたまま固まっちまったんだ。
What did you see?
エンジさん、大丈夫ですか？何が見えるんですか？
あなたたちには見えないの？
What can you see, girl?
それ
Tell me.
それ
Tell me. I'll give you a treat.
の
I'll give you a treat.
誰も言いやしませんぜ。
ウリュウ、エンジ、僕には何が何だかわからないよ。これは夢なの？魔法なの？どういうことなの？エンジ。
Sakataro lifted his face towards Ange. From her eyes slid a single tear.
エンジ様。
It's gonna be like Badler's fucking coat.
理解したわ。お姉ちゃん、そしてベアトリーチェ。
ウリュウ。
This is magic, isn't it? No, what the fuck did you see? What did you see? Oh, you're a fucking bitch.
テストって。
This game's a fucking piece of shit. Are they fucking dead yet? I swear to God. You need to mark them as dead now. You know what me saving means. It means it's time for the main event of me ending the stream. Because 8 minutes of a chapter is not going to be enough for the end of the chapter. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just go 8 minutes into this chapter. And plus, leaving myself on a cliffhanger is going to want me to finish this. I was getting to the point where it's like, okay, do I really need to finish the questions arc right now? Can I just move on to a different game for a little bit? But nope. Now that I'm leaving it on this cliffhanger, next week I for sure am going to want to continue this. So I've guaranteed another Umineko stream, as far as I see it. In fact, I'm going to switch over to my ending soon. I'm going to mute the music while I'm speaking. Have a lovely evening. You as well, Mokai. You have a lovely evening as well. It was fun dealing with fucking whatever this was and realizing that me saying things should not be me saying things, if that makes any sense. The VOD of this should hopefully be up on Tuesday. If not, I fucking forgot to upload it, but that's just me being forgetful. Let's see, anything else to add? Not as much as I know, other than maybe no stream on December 11th, and of course on Christmas. I might stream either of those days, I don't know. And at that point, I'm probably playing a different game, because I should be able to finish the questions arc by that point. So I've been your host, Sean Tyler, of the Saberleaf Network. All my social medias are in the description of what you're watching this video on, whether it be Twitch or YouTube. Make sure you do all that stuff, follow me there. If you're watching this on YouTube, the usual shit that everybody talks about. Not really going to focus on it, considering this was just a live stream. With all that being said, stay golden, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. I am out.